Good morning and welcome to the Canadian Export Challenge. My name is Catherine Clark. I'm a communications entrepreneur, a proud member of the Startup Canada community, et je suis absolument ravie d'être avec vous tous aujourd'hui. As an advocate for entrepreneurship in Canada and as an entrepreneur myself, I'm thrilled to be your MC for this action-packed program. Today is said to be a fast-paced, high-impact day designed to give you the connections, the knowledge, and the support that you need to scale your business globally. At Startup Canada, we're committed to supporting entrepreneurs as they start, operate, and scale businesses to build a better Canada for the world today, but also for future generations. To begin, I would like to acknowledge that the land on which I stand is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. We also acknowledge with respect the diverse histories and cultures of all Indigenous peoples, and I encourage you to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional territory that you are residing on today too. This year, we're bringing you the Canadian Export Challenge, CXC, from the comfort of your own homes through a series of 5 online broadcasts from coast to coast to coast. The format of this year's CXC tour is pretty simple. We have 5 regional digital events, including Ontario, British Columbia in the north, the Prairies, Atlantic Canada, and Quebec. Each event will showcase a series of workshops, of panels, and of interactive sessions, in addition to a live pitch competition. Regional winners in the startup and scale-up pitch competition categories will then move on to the grand finale, and that's taking place on October 20th, 2020. The Canadian Export Challenge is a platform. It's a platform to foster a national dialogue to promote Canadian entrepreneurs to own the global entrepreneurship podium, while also equipping entrepreneurs with the messaging, the collateral, and the support to leverage Canada as a launch pad for global market entry and growth. This year's events are powered by Google, and they're presented in partnership with co-presenting sponsors UPS, Export Development Canada, and the Trade Commissioner Service, with our national partners Scotiabank, MasterCard, CIPO, OSMI, Mitax, and Innovation Canada, along with a network of incredible program partners. Thank you to our sponsors for their support and also for their shared vision of the Canadian entrepreneurship community. In addition, I will take this opportunity to offer a very special thank you to our frontline health workers, and frankly, all frontline workers. And we also want to thank those who support them. We offer our deepest gratitude to those risking their lives to save ours across Canada and around the world. Now, by the end of today, you will understand the value and opportunity of pursuing global markets, gain practical knowledge, skills, training, and insights to go global, and access programs and partners to export and grow internationally by building a global growth team, including EDC, UPS, the Trade Commissioner Service, Google, and other organizations right from the very beginning. We truly want you to be inspired by the top startup and scale-up pitches adjudicated by our incredible group of judges. Let's look at your program for the rest of the day. So today we're going to learn from 4 workshop presenters on tapping into international markets, taking your business to the world with confidence, how to succeed internationally during business as unusual, and how to think globally. You'll also hear from 2 panels, one from a series of enterprise support organizations who will help you grow your business, and one from leading entrepreneurs to learn how they conquered new markets, how they attracted foreign investment, and also expanded their businesses around the world. Throughout the day, we will be announcing the entrepreneurs who will be moving on through each round of the pitch competition, leading to the final showdown this afternoon. One startup will win $2,500 and one scale-up will win $5,000. Winners from each region will move on to the CXC Grand Finale in October to pitch to win up to $25,000 in cash and up to $100,000 in in-kind scaling support. Okay, we have some hashtags and we want to make sure you use them. So today's hashtags are hashtag CXC2020 and hashtag Global Entrepreneur. So share your learnings, share your screenshots from this event, Connect with your network, whether that's on Twitter or whatever your favorite social media sites and platforms may be. Just make sure you use the hashtag CXC2020 and Global Entrepreneur. To kick us off, please join me in welcoming Kayla Isabelle, Executive Director at Startup Canada. It gives me tremendous pleasure to introduce you to Kayla. Welcome.
Good morning and welcome to the Canadian Export Challenge. Bonjour et bienvenue au défi canadien de l'exportation. My name is Kayla Isabelle, the Executive Director at Startup Canada. As an advocate for entrepreneurship in Canada and on behalf of Startup Canada, thank you so much for joining us virtually here today. Since launching in 2012, Startup Canada has grown to represent more than 250,000 entrepreneurs and 50 grassroots communities from coast to coast to coast. Through digital programs and flagship events, Startup Canada supports entrepreneurs to start, operate, and scale businesses that build a better Canada for the world today and for future generations. This year, the Canadian Export Challenge is a little bit different than it has been in years past. COVID-19 has put entrepreneurs across the globe in an unprecedented position of uncertainty. Given border closures and the international response to this pandemic, the export community is navigating uncharted territory. This year, in addition to its historical elements, the Canadian Export Challenge is going to be a space for Canadian exporters and industry partners to come together, provide support for each other as we all navigate the resulting export environment. This global accelerator will combine a series of live stream presentations, a virtual growth lounge, and one-on-one meetings, in addition to a live digital pitch competition. In response to feedback from past participants, this year's competition will have two categories: startups and scale-ups. Entrepreneurs in both categories have completed their first round of pitches via online video submissions. Video pitches have been adjudicated by an esteemed group of national judges, and soon we will announce those that are moving on to the semifinal round, where they will be pitching this morning live, while the rest of us have an opportunity to hear from some amazing speakers. Then, once all second round pitches are complete, this afternoon the finalists will be announced and have the opportunity to pitch on the main stage here in front of all of you. In each region, entrepreneurs will be pitching to win $5,000 in the scale-up category and $2,500 in the startup category, as well as a chance to win up to $25,000 and an additional $100,000 in in-kind scaling support at the grand finale on October 20th. We hope that all of Canada's best and brightest budding entrepreneurs take full advantage of today's opportunities to connect and learn from Canada's global expansion support providers, gaining privileged access to market intelligence and a partner network to help them grow. Now for some light housekeeping. You will notice, if you're watching via the Startup Canada website, that on the left-hand menu, you can navigate between the CXC main stage and CXC Growth Lounge. On the main stage, you will hear from presenters, subject matter experts, learn from entrepreneurs in your region, hear the final pitches, and learn who the winners are. In the Growth Lounge, you'll have the opportunity to have your direct questions answered live by our partners, similar to a trade show booth. Use the comment section to ask away, and they will help you find the answers you need to go global. Want to have a closed conversation with any of our partners? You can book a 15-minute one-on-one meeting by clicking the button under the chat and finding a time that works best for you today. Don't forget that you can easily add closed captioning in both French and English by using the CC button at the bottom of the YouTube video. Click Settings to toggle between the various languages. Now, before we kick things off, I just want to say good luck to all who applied, and to those tuning in, we hope you leave today with some valuable insights, new connections, and new tactics to implement into your business. I would like to introduce the Honorable Mary Ng, Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion, and International Trade, to deliver opening remarks.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour à tous. I am so excited to join you virtually today for Startup Canada's Canadian Export Challenge. Throughout the month of September, Startup Canada will be virtually traveling to every region in this country for a one-day global accelerator event, with the goal of helping Canadian businesses get export ready and to recover from COVID-19, something that we are both working hard to accomplish. Throughout the day, entrepreneurs and innovators will be participating in workshops, panel discussions, and listening to keynotes delivered by industry leaders, gaining invaluable networking opportunities. And of course, the highlight will be Startup Canada's Canadian Export Challenge Pitch Competition. Je sais que vous avez toutes des idées innovatrices qui ont le potentiel de résoudre certains des problèmes les plus urgents auxquels nous sommes confrontés au Canada et dans le monde entier. COVID-19 has caused incredible uncertainty, and that's why my work internationally has been squarely focused on creating more stability and predictability for businesses when it comes to exporting and to trade. Why? Because you can rely on predictable, rules-based international trading system. When you can do that, you can take the steps you need to grow. All of you, as innovative entrepreneurs and exporters, have a crucial role in Canada's economic recovery. Your success is Canada's success. Our government is here for you every step of the way, from the Trade Commissioner Service to Export Development Canada to Business Development Canada to the Can Export Program. You can access advice, local contacts, and funding to support your growth and expansion on the international stage. To all of today's participants, I wish you a fantastic Global Accelerator session. And to those participating in today's pitch competition, best of luck. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Now I'm delighted to present the spectacular series of workshops hosted by our co-presenting partners today. We'll learn more about tapping into international markets and navigating the complexities around the changing export environment during the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's welcome today's workshop presenters. First, we'll hear from Gopi Kalayal, the Chief Evangelist at Google. Gopi works with Google's largest customers and the sales team to help transform the customer's business around the consumer experience with digital as the primary driver. Next on the agenda, we'll hear from Paul Gaspar, Director of Small Business at UPS. Paul is responsible for educating and informing small businesses about the customized services, technologies, and innovations available to them at UPS. He works with the team of small business ambassadors to educate the small business ecosystem on how to better leverage UPS tools to help them grow and expand both domestically and internationally. The third presenter you'll hear from is Emiliano Introcaso, Export Advisor at EDC. Emiliano works with manufacturers and exporters looking to increase their global growth by providing them with support and guidance in all things export. Emiliano is one of the export advisors at Export Development Canada, a certified international trade professional trainer by the Forum for International Trade Training, FIT, and an International Chamber of Commerce registered trainer on Incoterms 2020. We hope you gain great insights about what it takes to go global in this growing digital economy from these subject matter experts. And now, over to Gopi to kick off our series of workshops.
Thank you, Catherine, for that warm welcome. Thank you, Minister Ng and Kayla, for your opening remarks. It's such a pleasure being here with you virtually for the Canadian Export Challenge in Ontario. My name is Gopi Kalayal. I'm the Chief Evangelist for Digital Transformation and Strategy at Google. And I'm here to tell you three things. First of all, congratulations on starting a company and trying to grow it globally. Congratulations on all of your success so far. Second, even as you find success in the Canadian market, there's an even bigger opportunity waiting for you outside of Canada, the large global international markets. And third, going on the web, going online and reaching that market is the fastest and easiest way to do it. And to illustrate that, I want to share with you a story. It's a story of a company in Canada called Leywines. Leywines was started by Peter Leywine as a small stationery store. Stationery is Peter's passion. And he started this company in 1987 when filofaxes were the rage, and his primary product was the filofax. Over the years, the product portfolio continued to increase, reflecting Peter's passion. So products like the Parker Dufault fountain pen, for example. And it all reflected Peter's passion around encouraging creative writing. Last year, Peter put portion of his business online. Up till then, he had primarily foot traffic in his store in his location in Toronto. But the online sales were not very high for him at that time, just less than 2% or so. And this year, when COVID came, he had to shut down the store. And for the first time in 33 years, he had to report a number that thought he would never see. Daily store sales, $0. And he was anxious and worried because he felt his business was a very tactile business. If you're selling pens, ink, stationery, leather, etc., people need to come and explore it, touch it, and feel it. After a few days of being in this mode, one of his employees said, "Why don't we try online advertising?" So he started a Google Ads campaign. And to Peter's amazement, within about 6 weeks, his digital sales were 18 times what he had experienced prior to that. In fact, 70% of his sales was coming from outside of Toronto, while earlier all of his business was from Toronto. And 36% of his online sales, were now coming from the US. So this is an example of how you can tap into markets outside your immediate geography if you're willing to take your business online. Let me talk to you for a moment about what has COVID done. I know it's top of mind for everyone, but one thing it has done, the data shows, is that it has dramatically changed consumer behavior and moved consumers towards online commerce. So in the slide that's in front of you, we're showing the growth in online commerce from January 2020 to June 2020. And there are 4 countries represented here: France, UK, United States, and Canada. Look at the red line, and that's the line for Canada. As you can see, around the May time period, the growth in online commerce in Canada was 200% year on year compared to May last year. And by June, it had come down, but it is still at 68%. This is remarkable, and this is irreversible. So we talked to consumers around the world. We polled them in about 16 countries, and the feedback was undeniable. What consumers are saying, that 46% of them said they will continue to shop online, they'll continue to shop more online even after COVID. So this is a persistent behavior. They've learned how to do online shopping well across many categories, and they're going to stay with it. The second important stat I want to share with you is that 47% of them want contactless shopping to be on the safe side from the current situation. And 51% of them expect free delivery. This is an important consideration, something to keep at the back of the mind. So when we asked you to submit some questions when you were entering the challenge, 90% of you have said that you plan to go international sometime in the next 12 months. Congratulations, that is fantastic. A big market awaits you. So there are 3 key messages that I want to share with you during this presentation. The first one is that today the world does not go online, it lives online. It shops online, it buys online. And to illustrate what is driving all of this, I want to tell you another small personal story. And this was about 10 years ago. I was back in India where my parents lived. And I was traveling on the train system from the town of Mangalore to the town of Trichy where my parents lived. And at the Mangalore station, I realized I had to quickly get a little bit of work done I need to get on email. But unfortunately, there was no Wi-Fi at the station. So what I did is I whipped out my Android phone, created a Wi-Fi hotspot, and quickly jumped online and started doing my work. Immediately, it attracted this group of curious onlookers you've seen on the photo. And in India, the notion of personal space may be different from elsewhere in the world. But this was adorable. These children were curious. They wanted to come and see what I was doing. And I was having an amazing time showing this to them. But it struck me that I was in a privileged position. I had Wi-Fi access at that station. I was the only one in that station with Wi-Fi access. And I thought it might even be possible that I might have been the only person on the entire national train system that day with Wi-Fi access. all that has changed dramatically in the last 10 years or so. Now there are 500 million people online in India. And Google, along with many other companies, has been responsible for providing the infrastructure and the systems in place for that to happen. In fact, very recently we announced a $10 billion India Digitization Fund. And the idea behind this fund is to bring the next 400 million consumers online, digital consumers online in India. So that's like 1 billion people added just in one country alone. And you have to remember that in that 1 billion are your future customers as well. And this is being repeated in every part of the world. Why? The data shows that when people have digital access to information and to commerce, it actually creates social mobility. And as a result of that social mobility, there is more affluence and more purchasing power, which means more future consumers are being created as the next billion consumers are coming online. Here's an interesting story of how fast all of this is happening. 21 years ago, when Google was founded, 5% of the world was online. Today, that number is 62%. 62% of the globe is online, and that represents 4.8 billion consumers. So, potentially addressable market space of 4.8 billion online consumers await you if you expand your market outwards. And the question is, who are these people? Where are the next billion coming from? So if you go back and look at the last billion, this map in front of you represents. So the dark blue, the light blue shows the population of the country, and the dark blue circle shows how many million people in those markets are online. And as you can see, they come from all over the world. And it can seem daunting to try and tackle that. But if you analyze the numbers, what is clear is that half of them, 50% of them, came from 11 markets. So by going to a few larger markets, you can limit the scope of how you are approaching this and still tap into a huge number of newly emerged online consumers. And you don't have to do it all at once. You can do it one step at a time. Start small, maybe start with one market, experiment from it, learn as you go. And that's how all of the startup companies that built their market overseas have done so with. The second point I want to emphasize and tell you is that mobile is driving increased connections worldwide. Mobile is the on-ramp for most of the people. In fact, of the next billion coming online, almost all will be mobile consumers. Either they'll have mobile plus desktop, or in many cases, mobile might be the only way by which they connect to the internet. So as I said, 4.8 billion people are now online, and of that number, there are 2.25 billion or so who are active online shoppers. So it's a very large pool of active consumers that are shopping online, and this will only increase as the next billion come on stream. But the thing to keep in mind is the next billion come on stream, they will represent enormous diversity in terms of the three C's: the countries, the culture, and the connectivity with which they will be accessing, and also the currency. So in a number of dimensions, they will be, each pool of consumers will be very different, and you'll have to get ready for it. But all of this does not have to be daunting and overwhelming. I want you to first think in terms of the market opportunity. In fact, I know you've looked at the Canadian market, it is close to you, understand it well, but the market outside globally is much larger, and also the cost of acquisition of acquiring those customers is much less. In fact, when we look at the data of existing advertisers in Canada, 39% of the clicks for Canadian advertisers actually come from outside Canada, and that is an indication of both of the size of the market and the type of demand that exists for your products and services outside of the Canadian market. The second big point that I want to make is going international has never been easier. In the past, for a small company, it would have been daunting, and that's why most early stage companies did not do that. And approaching international market was left to large international global corporations because of the amount of resources that is needed. But thanks to the internet, which has democratized so many other aspects of life, it has also democratized the access to global markets. And I'll talk to you about how that is possible. The web allows you to go international right from day one. Let me share with you the story of Inkbox. Inkbox is a Toronto-based company that makes temporary tattoos. They last for about 1 to 2 weeks, and then you can take them off. I go to Burning Man every year, and Inkbox is a great product for me. I can be tattooed at Burning Man at the festival and take it off when I'm back home. 5 years ago, when Tyler and Braden Handley started Inkbox, they were primarily a Canadian-based company, but they started thinking about international right from day one, and today, 5 years later, they've sold 1 million tattoos in 150 countries globally. 60% of the sales comes from the United States. And when we look at the Inkbox story, there are 3 lessons you can take away. First is that Inkbox went for international growth right from day one using Google's prospecting tools. Japan was a very interesting and appealing market for them, given how popular tattoos are among young people in Japan. But they were not quite sure of the cultural barriers to entering the Japanese market. So in that case, they partnered with a third-party company to help them navigate the Japanese market. And because they were thinking global right from day one, they were very attractive to venture capital investment, because venture capitalists want to invest in companies that have a large addressable market. And when you demonstrate that you're going after a global market as opposed to just the Canadian market, you're signaling that you have very large scale ambitions. So my message for you, if you look at the Inkbox story, are 3 things. First, think global right from the get-go, not as an afterthought. Second is test, learn, and keep iterating. And third is outsource areas where you don't have the expertise in. Now, if all of this sounds complicated, we will definitely help you get there. This is what we've been doing for 20 years. We've been helping Canadian businesses use our products like search and advertising to reach international customers in the moment of intent when they signal that they have a demand for your product or service. Now, going global is complex. You have to think in terms of which countries to target, what is the demand in those countries, what is the ease of doing business there. Wouldn't it be great if somebody made all of this extremely simple for you? And that's definitely what we have to offer. But before I tell you the solution Google is going to reveal to you today, let me share with you the story of Sync.com, which also achieved international success, but before there was such a tool, and how much more difficult it was for them. So here's the story of Sync.com. It's a cloud storage company, started in Toronto in 2011, and today they have 750,000 customers, both individuals and organizations. But to reach that kind of growth over 9 years, first they had to find out where the market opportunities were. And they use some digital diagnostic tools, but in a very self-driven kind of way, with less automation available, to identify high potential markets. And they found certain pockets like health educators in the US, healthcare practitioners in the US, and educators in Europe. And then using Google Ads, they targeted them and were able to reach them successfully and grow the international markets. And as of now, 30% of the revenues comes from outside of Canada. But they did not have access to very sophisticated international growth tools. So I'm delighted to introduce to all of you a new tool for export that we just launched in Canada to make all of this easy for you. It's called Market Finder. And best of all, it is free. Market Finder helps you reach new customers worldwide in 3 easy steps. Let me walk through each one of them. The first step is helps you research your target markets, which means it allows you to assess what is the demand for your products in each of the markets you're looking at, what are some of the popular market trends in those markets, and what kind of disposable income, the purchasing power that exists in those markets. The second thing it allows you to do is to plan your operation. So there is considerations like localization, the payments, because currency may be different, and how do you take payment from a different country and transfer it over to you, Logistics is another consideration. So it helps you plan all these operations. The third area that Market Finder helps you is it helps you think through your marketing strategy, how to market your business. So what are your marketing strategies, what your advertising solutions should be, and even guidance to developers, your developers, on how to redesign the user interface so that that particular market can access and do business with you. So in closing, here's my challenge, an invitation for you. You're already successful in Canada, but if you look at the overall e-commerce sales around the world, Canadian e-commerce represents about 1% of global e-commerce sales. So there is the 99% market opportunity available outside of Canada. Why don't you pursue that? The question I want you to think about is this. Today, if a customer finds you on the web from one of the other markets like the United States, UK, France, Germany, or Japan, will she be able to buy your product or service easily? And if not, what do you have to do to make it easy for her to do business with you? You will learn lots of these tips and tricks during the rest of the Canadian Export Challenge. You will learn a tremendous amount during this event. And there are two things in particular I want to make sure you do not miss. My talented colleague from Google, Jill, will be, she's our international growth lead. She'll be speaking in the enterprise support panel. And then please do visit the Google Growth Launch, where we'll go really deep into the Market Finder tool so you'll understand how it works and how to use it to grow your business. I wish you all the very best. I want to say congratulations on all the success you've achieved. And I want to wish you the very best as you look towards other large growth opportunities around the world and as you tap into the opportunity there. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for joining me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Gaspar, and I'm the Director of Small Business at UPS Canada. That means I have the great opportunity of working with a team of UPS small business ambassadors that are dedicated to work and support and onboard small businesses just like yours. Our focus is to ensure that we bring to you our knowledge and expertise along with our tools and services that we have at UPS so that you spend less time on your supply chain and obviously more time focused on growing your business. So today I'd like to take you through a 15 to 20 minute presentation that will talk about taking your business global in today's digital economy. So to begin, I want to share with you two numbers. The first number is 1.2 million. That's the amount of small businesses that we have across our great country. Now, 1.2 million is a great number, and it's one that continues to grow every single year. Unfortunately, we do see a lot of businesses fail. And there's a lot of reasons behind that, but not going global is one of those reasons. The second number I want to share with you is 12. Depending on which stack you're looking at, it could be 10, but typically between 10 and 12% is the amount of businesses in Canada that export today. And in today's economy, that is way too little. We need a lot more businesses of all sizes to actually think and go global. Now, you're sitting there right now wondering, well, this is great. I am at an export event, but why should I consider or even go global? And this is where I would basically provide 3 to 5 quick little reasons why. But today, I'm not going to give you that. I'm just going to give you one reason. That's COVID-19. COVID-19 alone is an important reason why businesses of all sizes, including those that are considering starting up and getting their products to market, to consider the opportunities of taking their products globally in today's digital world. So again, over the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'm hoping I can give you enough information to tell you how and where to get the details that you need and support that you need to ensure that you do this right and that you improve your success rate by taking your business around the world. Now, before I actually get started, I would like to share with you a message from our CEO. We take safety very important and very critical at UPS. Because of that, I want to make sure that everyone understands what our position is. In the wake of the 2019 COVID virus, our highest priority is to do our part to help ensure the health and safety of our employees, customers, and of course suppliers, while taking all reasonable measures to meet our service commitments. We share the concern of the global community and hope that the virus can be contained and eradicated as quickly as possible. We don't know what the future will bring, but together, standing tall and standing united, we will deliver. All right, let's get started. So the first place you need to consider or look at is understanding what is this opportunity that I'm talking about. Why should I consider going global? Well, I can tell you that over the next 15 to 20 years, 80% of the economic growth is coming outside of North America and Europe. Think about that. 15 years of straight growth coming outside of North America and Europe. Doesn't mean that we're not growing. In fact, we are. We're doing great as a nation. But the greatest amount of growth is coming from emerging markets where there's over 500 million people already today spending $20 trillion a year. And guess what? They're looking for products like yours, especially with our wonderful Made in Canada brand. So this is a great opportunity for you to actually tackle. And this is where we would encourage you to focus on what UPS calls the 3 laws of going global. Law number 1 is do your research. You got to make sure you're very diligent in doing that up front. It's one thing to get a business up and running in your local market, local communities, or even just coast to coast. But when you're going global, there's a lot more that you need to consider. And you need to make sure that you focus on all of that research and gathering all that knowledge up front. Our second law is research. Yeah, I'm trying to be funny, and I know it might be early for some of you for that. But we really are trying to drive a point home that you really need to do your research. You really need to focus on gathering that information. If you don't, it could impact you negatively and actually, delay or even hurt you to enter some of the markets that you're considering to do so. The third law, and you're probably sitting there going, I know it, it's research. It's not. It's get help. Get help because there's a lot of people that want to help. This event is a perfect example of that. You've got UPS, EDC, the Trade Commission Services, all kinds of other sponsors that are here with advice and expertise in the areas to ensure that you can get the information you need through your research to ensure that you've got all the help that you need to be successful. All right, a lot has been thrown at you in the first couple of slides, but yet I want to make sure that you've got a good place to start in case you're sitting there going, you know what, the world's a big place, Paul. Where can I actually focus my energy and my efforts? And I would tell you that the first place you should focus in, if you're not sure where to go, is to look at all the free trade agreements and territories that we have relationships with because of the great job our Canadian government has done. Canada has 14 free trade agreements in force today, and that includes CUSMA, which has been ratified and put into force on July 1st of this year. There's so many opportunities, and why should you focus in these areas first if you really don't know where to start? Because these are territories and countries that basically have opened up their arms to Canadian business and said, you know what? I want you to do business in my country, in my territory. And I'm going to make it easier with less red tape, less costs for you to actually do that. So again, if you're not sure, starting with those areas is probably a good place for you to do so. With that being said, I want to focus on a couple of them that are recent ones. For example, CETA. CETA ensures that with the European Union, the majority of countries that are part of this provide 500 million people for you to tap into and target. 500 million people that you can do business with. And the most important thing that you'll see on the slide is the bottom portion of it that shows that up to 98% of duties and taxes have been eliminated with this agreement. 98%. Chances are it's now not just easier, but less costly for you to actually find customers and sell to into the customers that are part of CETA in the European Union. A great opportunity for you to focus on. Now, if we go to the other side of the world, we've got CPTPP. Here we've got 10 other ratifying members, including Canada, making the 11th. And again, another 500 million people that you can tap into. And on this agreement, up to 95% of all tariffs have been eliminated. Again, making it easier for you as a Canadian business to sell to people in those markets. These two agreements that are relatively new give you an opportunity to tap into 1 billion people. Yes, sell in Canada, make sure you do that. But you've got 35 million here, and those two agreements give you another 1 billion that you can tap into. It's a great opportunity for you to focus on. Now, I tell you all of this, and you're probably still sitting there saying, Paul, you know what, this is a lot to digest, and I really don't know where to start. Do me a favor, throw me a bone. Where can I actually focus on initially if I really don't know where to go to? And this is my advice, and strictly my advice. I would tell you to look no further than south. The US is our largest trading partner, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Obviously, because of where we're located is one of the greatest reasons behind the great history of our trading success. We had NAFTA, and now we have CUSMA, a new agreement that also makes it easier for you to actually support your business and to compete in the US market. But there's so many other reasons that I can actually spend an entire day talking to you about. But just realize that because we speak the same language, we do business the same way, our cultures for the most part are relatively the same. Those are just some of the reasons why it's probably easier and a good place for you to focus on. However, all that being said, what you'll notice on the slide is the number one reason why I think you should consider the US. And that is the de minimis rate. If you're not sure what the de minimis value is or what that even means, that is the amount that you can actually export a product into the US and not require formal entries and pay any duties or taxes on. It used to be $200, but a few years ago, the US changed it to $800. You factor in our exchange rate, that's almost $1,000 Canadian that you as a Canadian business can export products into the US, and for most products and services, not have to worry about paying any duties or taxes or have a whole bunch of paperwork to do. It's become a level playing field for you to compete with any competitors you might have south of the border. In case you're wondering what the de minimis is into Canada, it was $20 before CUSMA. It was increased to $40. So you can see the great advantage that you have still with CUSMA going into the US with the de minimis. And you should take the opportunities to jump all over that if you can. Now, I can spend all day talking about all the great reasons why you should go global. But to be fair, I need to tell you about some of the negative things that you need to focus on, because if you don't, it's going to be a problem and it's going to impact your success. One of those areas is customs and regulations. We see with customers of ours every single day making mistakes, not having proper paperwork, not having the right paperwork, just doing things wrong because they didn't educate themselves. They didn't do that research, they didn't get the help to make sure that they know exactly what is required to export their products out of Canada and import it to the countries of their choice. And you need to make sure that you do that right. Because customers, if you upset them, they might forgive you after a while, especially if you've got great product. However, customs officials, they've got long memories. And I'm telling you, you do something wrong, even if it was accidental, they don't know. they'll think you're trying to circumvent the system somehow, and they're going to keep an eye on your business and make it a lot harder for you to continue to operate in whatever market it is that you made that mistake. So make sure you do the right thing and get the help that you need. On the screen right now at the very bottom, you should see a very complicated URL, but another way to find the specific CBSA website is just to Google search CBSA SME Toolkit. If you do that, it'll take you to the exact same page as well too. And the great thing about this page is that the CBSA has created a few tabs that pretty much tell you everything you need to know with information or links to other pages on what is required from an import perspective and from an export perspective. Again, a great resource of many that you should be focusing on, especially when you're getting ready to move your goods. Another place that you can focus on is with your actual partners. For example, on the screen, you'll see that UPS has a dedicated page that you can find at ups.com/trade regulations/CA. And you'll see you can select a whole bunch of different topics from import to export documentations to what is required, what payment terms are available. Basically, everything you need to know that we constantly keep updating for you so that you can ensure that you are keeping your information fresh. I'm going to move over now to packaging requirements and take a little bit of time to discuss this section here. Packaging requirements are critical because first of all, you need to understand there's a huge difference between freight movement and a difference between courier movement. When you're looking at freight movement, I can tell you that you can palletize your products and you can actually ship your products on skids and not need the same amount of packaging. As soon as you move products through a courier environment, you need to make sure your packaging can make it through the courier environment. There's always these videos, unfortunately, online of some bad apples in the courier industry that are not handling packages properly. But I can tell you by far the majority of the time that we see damages in our operations is because of poor packaging. Your package moves individually, not on skids, but on belts, rollers, and chutes. And I don't care who you use for your courier environment or for your courier supplier, we all operate the same way. So make sure you've got the right packaging. I want to now shift towards technology and the boom that has been thanks to e-commerce. UPS has actually done a survey globally, including here in Canada, on what we call the pulse of the online shopper. And this is a survey that's conducted that does a 360-degree view of what consumers that are online are actually wanting. Everything from the research and upfront phase, the pre-sale, to the purchasing phase, which has to do with your shopping cart, right down to the post-sales and what they expect. And what we've learned is that there is a lot of challenges here that a lot of businesses, if they don't focus on, can impact their business. We know that because of the success of the online business, and especially with COVID, we're seeing more and more people going online. In fact, there was a stat that is telling us that by next year, e-commerce sales is going to eclipse $4.5 trillion. And that was before COVID happened. So I can only imagine what number we're going to be seeing as we wrap up 2020 and head into 2021. Now, this being said, businesses of all sizes suffer from shopping cart abandonment. All of them. I can tell you that organizations like Amazon have teams focusing on how to reduce shopping cart abandonment. Because the last thing you want is to spend money on developing your product, spend money to market, spend money to do sales, drive people to your website, have people look at your products, finally get people to put items into your shopping cart, only for several of them not to enjoy the experience and to walk away and not buy. In fact, if you're wondering what our study has been telling us, let me actually share with you now on the next slide what the actual results are. And I think you'll be surprised as to what you'll see. In fact, you can see that it's as high as 90% in North America and as low as 87% in Asia. That's the abandonment rate for websites that if they're not doing what purchasers are expecting, will lose. North America is 90%. Think about that. If your website is not up to speed, you're going to have one sale out of 10 people that put items into their shopping cart. Not good statistic. The one item that I do want to spend some time talking to you about here, because I think it's important, because I know it's on everyone's mind, because you're looking at a courier guy, is that shipping is expensive, especially here in Canada. No, we're not in cahoots with Canada Post and the other courier companies to try to make you pay more. That couldn't be further from the truth. Unfortunately, in Canada, it is a little bit more expensive to ship than, for example, in the US because of our geography. In Canada, you're basically looking at two lanes. You're looking at movement of goods going from east to west and then from west to east. And typically, planes and trucks and trains are full going west, not necessarily the case coming east. That just makes it a lot costly for all providers, including UPS, to actually reduce rates and to provide rates that some of you might experience in other markets like the US. That being said, there's still ways for you to compete with the bigger players in the market, especially around things like free shipping. Let me tell you, there's no such thing as free shipping. Somebody is paying for it. I work for a courier company. I get paid a salary. Our drivers work very hard. They get paid a salary. Somebody is paying for it. But I can tell you a few tricks that some of these larger players actually do in order to provide what is perceived to be free shipping to their customers. I'm going to do that by sharing with you a personal experience. I'm not going to name the actual business, the big box brand that I went to, but I was on their website and a couple years ago recognized that there was a light that I wanted for my basement. Liked the light, thought it was a great price, I bought it. And I actually paid $49.99 for the light plus tax, and I got free shipping. I thought that was great. Great price, no issues. 2 days later, delivered by UPS, happier even more. And I put up the light in place and still have it today. However, 2 weeks after buying the light, happened to be in my local store. Walking through it, and what do I see as one of the end displays? The exact same light. How do I know that? Because I still had the box at home. So I took a photo, went home, same box, same SKU. That light in the store, its regular price, not a sale price, regular price was $37.99. I paid $12 more online for the exact same light, but I got free shipping. Did I? So the moral of the story here is there's ways to you to provide that. You can provide the lowest cost shipping method to your customer as a free option, but then provide other options if they want it faster at additional charges. Or you might tell a customer to spend a certain amount in order for you to be able to cover those costs in the margins that you have. Have them spend 2 or 3 times or have 2 or 3 items in the shopping cart in order to get free shipping. There's so many tricks, you've all come across them, that you can actually integrate into your business to ensure that you're also going to provide free shipping, or again, the perceived free shipping to your customers. Now, if you're wondering how to actually get a copy of our white paper, you could go to our website at ups.com/pulse/CA. And by doing that, you'll be able to download the white paper here in Canada. And if you're looking at the results that might be slightly different in other markets, you can actually go to our website in those other countries like Mexico, Brazil, UK, China, and download their papers if you want to see some of the variances if those are markets that you're considering. All right, I want to focus now on sales. And you're sitting there going, courier, that expensive part of my business that I need to deal with in order to get products to my customers. And now Paul wants to talk about generating sales. How do I do that? Well, this is where I would challenge all of you to think about the lifetime value and not the transactional value as how you do business with your customers every single day. Again, the lifetime value and not the transactional value as to how you do business and communicate with your customers. Because if you do this right, I'm telling you, you're going to turn your customers into repeat customers. And repeat customers are your most profitable. But if you really do this well, you're going to take those repeat customers and make them advocates of your business. And what do advocates of businesses do at work, at the water cooler, or at family barbecues? They talk about that great experience on that website that they're on, that they bought this great product from. So by doing and treating every customer like they're your only customer, you're going to have repeat customers and advocates for your business to help you grow. And some of the things that you can do in order to improve that success rate is to keep having them come back to you. There's tools that you can use to ensure that when you're providing information that people want today, and we all want information today, that you're bringing them back to your website and not to other places so they can keep talking to them. Again, a lot of different examples I can share with you, but I'll share one. And I'll use Amazon as an example because most of us have probably bought something on Amazon. If you go there and you buy a product, and by the time it's shipped, you're going to get an email from them. And that email is going to say, clear here if you'd like to track your package, and it's on its way. If you click on that, a lot of people still think that that's going to, for example, UPS's tracking page. And it can, and you can direct your customers to UPS or whoever it is that you're using's webpage. But why do that? They're your customers. Why are you sending them to my page? I'll give them all the information. I'll tell them where their package is, and I'll treat your customer well. But it's your customer. Amazon doesn't do that. And you don't need to do it as well, because the tools, the APIs are available that allow you, just like Amazon, to bring it back to their webpage. Share with the customer on the left side of the screen all of the tracking information that's available for that package. But on the right side of the screen, you can sell to them. For example, hey Paul, those shoes you just bought in size 10 in black, we got them in brown, and if you buy them now, we'll give you 20% off. It's an opportunity to generate sales while you're dealing with the post-sales of an existing customer. A lot of that can be done through the logistics component. Again, I wish I had more time, a lot more tricks. Perhaps we can talk and I can give you more examples during the Growth Lounge after this presentation. So I wanted to share with you something we're excited about, and it has to do with distribution. UPS has a dedicated e-fulfillment solution in Canada and the US for small businesses. Yes, for small businesses. We have a warehouse in Burlington, Ontario, and in Calgary to cover both East and West, where you can use both or one to actually satisfy your customers' needs in getting their products faster and to save you money at the same time. The great thing about this is, once again, it's for small businesses. There are no minimums. There's no startup fees. And from what we've been told from our customers that are utilizing this service today, they love it, saves them headaches, saves them time, and improves customer satisfaction. How does it do that? The example on the screen shows you that if you're based in Toronto and you've got a customer in Vancouver, to place that order and to ship it, even ground, it's going to take 4 days for that customer to get the package, and it's going to cost you and or that customer more money in shipping. That same product being sourced out of Calgary for you, including the cost of fulfilling that order out of the warehouse, is going to cost less for you and your customer, and they get in half the time, 2 days. So a great opportunity to consider that. And if you want more information, please reach out to us. We'll be glad to help. The next slide you're seeing actually shows a new dedicated page that we developed because of COVID. ups.com/comebackstrong is a great place to get more information regarding our e-fulfillment or a whole bunch of other solutions that we have that we want to ensure is dedicated to support startups and small businesses. So if you have questions, please go there or reach out for us. We'll be glad to actually help you along the way. The last thing has to do with an offer that we have thanks to Startup Canada. If you go to Startup Canada's website and actually find a partner section, you'll find our logo. And by clicking through there, you'll be able to, thanks to Startup, save 50% off. Not up to, but exactly 50% off of our shipping services, plus several other discounts for other accessorials and charges as well. So if you're starting up and you want that, there's no fees again, just a matter of signing up for that program. Our ambassador will call you to onboarding to help you, and at least you have an account ready for whenever you have those needs. That's all I've got for you right now. I want to thank you for all your time and for your attention on this presentation. I hope you enjoyed what I delivered as much as I enjoyed delivering it to you as well too. If you have any further questions, I'll be in the Growth Lounge following this. Please come visit us there, and I'll be hopefully able to answer any of your questions you might have. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and any of businesses that are pitching today, all the best of luck, and hope to see the finalists later today. Thank you.
My name is Emiliano Introcaso, and I'm an export advisor here at EDC. I'm also a certified international trade professional with over 20 years of experience in all things export. Export Development Canada is Canada's export credit agency, and we're here to help exporters take on the world. I will give you a brief overview of EDCs before getting into the material that I will be covering in today's workshop. We understand that there is a challenging time for international trade, Canadian companies, and the economy, and this is why we have adjusted our focus and flexibility to enhance our products and offerings to reflect the current needs of Canadian businesses. In response to COVID-19, the Government of Canada has temporarily expanded our mandate, allowing us to support all Canadian businesses during these challenging times, whether they sell internationally or within Canada until the end of 2021. As international trade risk experts, EDC is here to help guide Canadian businesses during these exceptional times. This is why we exist, to offer expert advice as well as insurance and financial solutions in both good times and bad. We're committed to quickly meeting the increasing demands of our customers and helping them protect their businesses. Since 1944, we have been experts in international trade, and the current global uncertainty has made our job clearer than ever. We have the solutions, flexibility, and capacity to help our customers get through difficult times. We offer specialized, up-to-date expert knowledge in economic insights to help Canadian businesses stay informed on economic activity and trends, key sectors and markets, as well as financial and insurance solutions to support the Canadian businesses. Early on in your journey, you'll find that knowledge solutions will help you make informed business decisions. Our publications, tools, webinars, international trade training, and free trade advisory services will guide you. Then, when you make your first international sale, we can make sure you get paid with our insurance solutions. And as your business matures, we can also work with your commercial banker to help you access more capital. Finally, with our large national and international network, we can help you make connections that will enable you to grow. Over the years, we had heard from companies that they needed current practical knowledge and training specialized in international trade. Training designed by businessmen and women for businessmen and women. We had a long-standing relationship with the Forum for International Trade Training, or FIT for short, and we knew that their curriculum was best in class. Back in 2017, we invested in a partnership with FIT to offer online training that touches on a wide number of elements that you must know and be prepared for when you start doing business in international markets. Topics in the curriculum go from feasibility of international trade to how to adapt your products or services for international markets, to risks to be aware of and mitigate when you sell outside of Canada, and to international trade finance, which we will discuss today and much more. Together, EDC and FIT, our mutual goal is to help you with the best practical knowledge to succeed on international EC. So in today's presentation, we're focusing on how to succeed internationally during business as unusual. And in today's workshop, I'll share content from the FIT EDC courses. I also want to remind participants that they all have received a 30% discount in your delegate package for the FIT skill courses. So why is market research so essential for your export plan? And I do want you to think about these two words, export plan. Do you have one? Here's a list of specific content sections that your plan should have. An export plan can guide your business and help your communications and organizing all of your export efforts. This is a go-to document where you'll be able to articulate your international expansion plans to others. You'll be able to use the plan not only to support the internal operations, but also externally with your financial institutions, or even with government grants officers if you decide to take advantage of programs such as the CanExport program. Our friends at the Trade Commissioner Service Workshop will be able to talk more about those details. During your export plan, you'll be conducting extensive market research to help you answer the different sections of this plan. As you can see in this slide, I wanted to highlight that an export plan should include revenues and expenses to ensure that you're aware of when your company will have sales and when your company might need financing. Most companies I work with on a daily basis do not have export plans ready, and this is one of those documents that you want to spend some time to ensure proper financial planning as well as operational planning is decided. To give you an example, companies sometimes call us asking what is the best market I can export my products or what products is needed on such country. And in my responses, I guide them to the right resources to where they can actually find the information. But as a business owner, you should take charge and make priority of the research to ensure that you can identify the best market for your product and any other potential product adaptations, as well as looking to see if the product is going to be suitable for this market. One of my trade commissioner's friends, CJ Scott, once told me a story about a gentleman that wanted to export used Canadian cars to South Africa. He said to CJ that Canadians take good care of their cars and that there could be additional mileage if those cars were to be exported. Unfortunately, CJ had to give him the bad news because selling the cars in this market will make him a lot of money, but having to modify the cars to be able to be driven on the other side of the road will not make the financial transaction feasible anymore. So this small example is something that I want you to think when you are looking for ideas for your business. You can learn more about product adaptation by downloading the free Skills Light unit on adapting products and services. Now back to market research. When you're looking at market, ask yourself the following question. Who are my competitors? Will the price of my product or service be financially viable for a transaction in this particular market? What about the extra cost for international trade? Although during COVID-19, traveling to other markets is now a savings for your organization, when things go back to normal, business travel will also be a cost that you want to consider. So, think of this cost as such as transportation of your product, the type of packaging for your product. Are you mitigating the risk of export with account receivables insurance? All these costs need to be considered in your export plan. To get additional details, use the Fit Skills Light guide on conducting cost and pricing analysis for export products, because this actual guide has a checklist that you can use. Very useful for this step. Here are some of the key considerations for companies exporting to other markets. When it comes to macroeconomic data, these are some of the areas you want to ensure you research. At EDC, we have tons of resources to help you learn more about different markets. There are also other organizations such as the Trade Commissioner Service that can help. If you're not sure how to select a market entry strategy, I also recommend that you review the Fit Skills Light unit on selecting a market entry strategy, as it will provide you with additional details on each of the ways to enter a market. When you are researching the market, don't forget to review all of these points. As you might deal with brand new cultures, you need to ensure that there are no mistakes when entering that market. Even innocent mistakes can cost your business a lot of money in sales. If you were to advertise your product on Facebook for Brazil, you will probably get a lot of more sales. In other Latin American countries, you might want to use Twitter to attract a bigger audience. These are cultures and lifestyle aspects that can be tweaked depending on the market you are considering. Other factors in your research should include understanding which countries are riskier for your business. Does this mean that you cannot do business with? Not necessarily. You should know their risk and have a particular mitigation tool to avoid it. Maybe for a risky country, you decide to enter via a distributor that pays up front. And in this case, for example, you can mitigate both the risk of non-payment and the risk of entering a market as a foreign investor. As you do your research, if your product is one of those type of products that will be used by large audiences, knowing your customer is key. Here are some of the type of information you could use to build your customer profiles. You may even need to test the product or even adapt it based on the customer profiles. This next slide has a sample that you can use to make sure you have all the variables. One thing I also advise to EDC clients is to think of large populations as submarkets. Think of Toronto, for example. Toronto has a population that might have specific needs that might not be the same needs if you were to sell your product in Vancouver, for example. So what I want you to think about this is, if you're looking at market, let's say as Mexico, think of Mexico City as a sub-market, or think about Guadalajara as a different market. When collecting primary research, you may want to do this on your own, or you could also hire a company to do it for you. You may want to use a different technique in your observation, and this could include using a silent shopper, where maybe a member of your team can act as a customer who is buying or inquiring about a product or service, using maybe online observations by deploying surveys to the market and potentially validate it prior to entering the market, or even product testing to get feedback. In your primary research, you can use different resources. As mentioned, EDC offers trade insights directly on our website with guides, articles, blogs, and success stories that you can refer to. The Trade Commissioner Service also publishes market information that is researched by trade commissioners in market. So if your startup or business is in the food sector, I can also recommend that you can look at the country reports that are published by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada at the federal level. Across the different provinces, there are also specialized agencies that can help with food and beverage export. For example, in Ontario, you have the Ontario Food Export Provincial Agency that can facilitate resources to enter different markets. When looking for services from many of these agencies, you have to guess what they're going to be asking for, that export plan. And now let's take a look at other considerations that we should be thinking about entering a new market. As you all know, COVID has changed the way we all do business during these unusual times. Although borders are still open for commercial trade, visiting a country might not be accessible at this time. However, in normal times, when looking to find new customers, you can visit a country or attend a trade show or mission to get to know new clients. These are some of the costs you should consider budgeting for, but also know that grants and government programs might be available to eligible companies. For example, CanExport, which is handled by the Trade Commissioner Service, covers a portion of your airfare and accommodations. Additionally, they can also cover the cost for trade shows. During COVID, the program is also covering the cost for attending virtual conferences such as this one. When looking at these programs, always review if your organization is eligible and don't forget to have your export plan ready. Other costs that include finding customers are fees paid to agents, or if you're entering the market by hiring a distributor, you may also have to be paying those storage costs. Translating and marketing in another country could save you some money. Marketing costs are different from local marketing, but at the same time, you should conduct proper due diligence. The Trade Commissioner in market can be a great resource for this. Marketing costs for international sales might not necessarily be a standard cost such as marketing locally. Two resources to expand on this include the Fit Skills Light units on establishing sales channels and on international markets, and marketing with digital technology. Although, as you can see here, foreign travel as a cost, obviously post-COVID you will have to consider that again, but also think of costs of adapting your product to suit the requirements of the target market. Or when it comes to delivery, labeling and packaging costs that might be needed to meet the trade regulations. If you're storing your product in the target market, you should also consider the warehouse cost and also the cost of getting your products from the export country to that destination. Cargo insurance and transportation costs will also mean that you should also negotiate with your buyer as to who will be paying those costs, if they will be included on the price of the goods or not. And financing costs. For this, you can take a look at the cash flow management Fit Skills Light unit that will help you expand on this. When a buyer and a seller are in the negotiation stages, you might be asked by the buyer to use a specific Incoterm. If you're not familiar with them, Incoterm stands for International Commercial Terms, and it allows the buyer and the seller to determine which of the two parties pay for some of the costs in the international trade transaction. The Incoterm also defines where risk transfers from the sellers to the buyer. And the Forum for International Trade Training offers an entire course where you can learn with much more details each of the Incoterms 2020. You or a member of your staff, maybe a salesperson or a logistics functions person, should be considered in this training. Another important aspect of international contracts is to ensure that a trade lawyer reviews it. You should also conduct due diligence in your international buyer or partners, and there are other companies that can help you do this for a fee. I will also suggest for you to talk to the Trade Commissioner Service, as they can also conduct preliminary due diligence for you. Just don't forget to include your export plan. Another important aspect of your international marketing efforts is to localize your e-commerce and organization website. Ensuring that the site is in various languages will help you program your website for automatic localization and translation. This will be based on the visitors' markets. And now the topic that many of you are waiting for: how to finance your transactions so that you can go global. In this slide, you can see all the different methods of payment that are there to finance transactions, okay? As a startup, if you are receiving payments in credit card payments or PayPal amounts, you might be doing what's called a cash in advance. So you're receiving payment prior to shipping your goods or delivering your services. As your company grows, you may be facing different methods of payments where maybe a letter of credit may be more suitable for a transaction. And maybe companies sometimes will be asking you for open account terms, which means that you're going to have to invoice a customer, provide them with terms, and then wait for the customer to pay you. So in order for you to mitigate this potential risk of non-payment, you could use something like the accounts receivable insurance that EDC provides to ensure that 90% of your receivable is at least covered in case of non-payment. Now, how many of you have started your company with zero money down, right? And any startup needs to have some skin in the game. This is what every banker is going to ask you to have. What money have you put in from your own pocket, right? And if you have done that, that's great. Other companies also might have this love money, which means that an investment from your spouse or friends or even family members comes to place so that you can start up your company or continue your operations, right? Venture capitals also might not be for everyone. Usually tech companies might be the ones that will be in a good position to get funding from them. You may also be looking for angel investors, which are generally wealthy individuals or retired company executives who wants to invest with a small firm that is owned by somebody else. They're often leaders that are looking to contribute their expertise and network with other contacts, but they also have technical and management knowledge. Angels tend to finance the early stages of a business in the order of $25,000 to $200,000. Institutional venture capitalists prefer larger investments, something in the order of $1 million plus. In exchange for risking their money, they reserve the right to supervise the company's management practices, and in concrete terms, this often involves a seat on the board of directors and an assurance of transparency. Angels tend to keep a low profile, and to meet them, you have to contact specialized associations or search websites on angels. For example, the National Angel Capital Organization is an umbrella organization that helps build capacity for Canadian angel investors. You can check out their members directory for ideas of who to contact in your region. Business incubators or accelerators generally focus on high-tech sector by providing support to new businesses in various stages of development. However, there are also economic development incubators, which are focused on areas such as job creation, revitalization, and hosting of sharing services. Commonly, incubators will also invite future businesses and other fledgling companies to share their premises, as well as their administrative, logistical, and technical resources. So for example, an incubator might have the use of its laboratories so that a new business can develop and test the products more cheaply before beginning the production. Generally, the incubator's phase can last up to 2 years. Once the product is ready, the business usually leaves the incubator premises to enter in its industrial production phase. Businesses that receive its kind of support often operate within the state-of-the-art sectors such as biotechnology, information technology, multimedia, or industrial technology. Government agencies provide financing such as grants and subsidies that might be available to your business. There are federal government programs specific to exporting, such as the Can Export program. But there are also other programs that can assist the startups. So generally, you have to be matching some funds. Every provincial government also has an economic development agency, and many large municipalities may also have similar organizations. So these groups do everything from small businesses funding to programs specific to exporting, trade mission, international marketing, and more. Check out the Canadian Business Network website so that you can look for specific startup grants. Bank loans are the most commonly used source of funding for small and medium-sized businesses. Consider the fact that banks offer different advantages, where it's a personalized service or customized repayment. So it is a good idea to shop around and find the bank that meets your needs. In general, you should know that bankers are looking for companies with sound track record and that have excellent credit rating. A good idea is not enough. It has to be backed up with a solid business plan. Startup loans will also typically require a personal guarantee from the entrepreneur. BDC offers startup financing to entrepreneurs in the startup phase or the first 12 months of sales. You may also be able to postpone the principal payments for up to 12 months. So how do you make your company attractive to lenders? The banks are the main source for funding for SMEs, and you have to prove that you're a good risk and that you can repay. Know the amount of financing that you need, and for that you would have done your budget, correct? And it's also important to show them your financial strength, if you have put in money in the business. Also show them how the funds that they're going to be lending you will fit in the overall plan. And they might also ask you for evidence of your own personal finances in case they need a collateral. They might provide you these loans through a personal loan or a line of credit, or maybe a term business loan. In the same way we grab an umbrella if it is going to rain in the afternoon, we should also project cash flow for our company. When you work with an employer, very easy, right? Because you have money that comes into your account, and usually if you don't have enough money, you use a credit card until the next cycle. But in the same manner, your investors and banks will want to know how much money you are going to be getting and when you won't be getting the money. And projecting your cash flow is key. You can show the cash flow statement to the banks and the investors so that you can plan for those red times and also be in the black when you have those sales. As an exporter in Canada, you need to make sure that you mitigate your risk. And using the services of the Trade Commissioner Service or Export Development Canada can help you continue taking on the world. We now invite you to EDC's Growth Lounge to ask questions about the presentation as well as the EDC financial solutions. I also want to remind all participants that you have received a 30% discount in your delegate package for your FIT skills courses. So if you want to learn more about exporting, FIT and EDC are your best resources. Thank you and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you once again to our workshop hosts. We hope you've learned something new to continue to build your business. And now it's time for a quick health break with Eva Redpath. Much more than just your average trainer, Eva Redpath is considered a leader in all things fitness, wellness, and lifestyle. Recognized as Canada's first Nike Master Trainer, Eva has traveled worldwide teaching to her community. In 2017, Eva was named a founding trainer for Barry's Bootcamp Canada at their flagship Toronto location. Eva believes that training is not just for the body, but also the mind. Welcome, Eva.
My name is Eva Redpath, wellness leader and coactive life coach. Thank you for watching the Canadian Export Challenge presented by Startup Canada. When I'm working with my clients, optimizing their health in a time like this looks different for everyone. Today, I wanted to share with you my tips in regards to upgrading your behaviors through your thoughts, actions, and habits in regards to mindset and movement. A reoccurring theme that I'm seeing with my clients is the fatigue that they are experiencing as viewers from the amount of video conferencing they have been doing. One of the healthy habits I have been encouraging people to have is a health break, a moment to hit reset, regroup, and refocus. Today, I'm going to walk you through some exercises you can do at any point in your workday in and around your home office. Let's start with mindset. Mindset is about leveraging the power of your thoughts to best serve you. Our thoughts can greatly influence our reality. Studies have shown that just 5 deep, balanced breaths can help shift us from a state of stress to a state more calm and relaxed. Whether or not you have a daily meditation or visualization practice, or simply just take a moment to be mindful and breathe, our mindset is arguably one of our best tools to managing stress and has long-term health benefits. I'm going to take you through what I call 4 square breathing or boxed breathing. To do this, you will turn the breath into 4 parts, making each part equal. Let's begin. We're going to do a 4-second inhale, a 4-second pause, a 4-second exhale, followed by a 4-second pause. Ready? And inhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Continue on with that cadence with your 4 square breathing. Next, let's talk about movement. Whenever we move our bodies, we are able to shift our state. With many of my clients, I work with them to establish a daily movement routine. For some, that involves a training program, but that can simply mean moving your body by going for a walk, doing some stretches. You could even put on some music and dance. Anytime we move our bodies, it's going to shift the state of our nervous system. Our bodies are meant to move, so prolonged sitting isn't good for anyone. In today's health break, I want to give you a routine you can do while sitting at your desk or in front of the computer screen to relieve tension in the body and reset your posture, especially on days where you have to be extra productive. Seated cat-cow. Start by placing your hands on the desk. Look up and arch back. Tuck your chin. Round your back, look up, and arch back. Back arches. Start by reaching your arms up Reach up and arch backwards and return back to a tall seated position. Side stretch with reach. Start in a nice tall seated position. Reach one arm diagonal and grab onto the side of your thigh. Reach the other arm up and over, stretching away. Hold the side bend here. Return to the seated position and reverse. Reach one arm diagonal and grab onto the side of your thigh. Reach the other arm up and over, stretching away. Hold the side bend here. T-spine rotation. Begin by placing your elbows on the desk, sliding your chair backwards, placing your hands on your upper back. Hold this position here. Now we're going to begin to rotate in this position, lifting your right arm up, rotate the T-spine, return back to the starting position, and rotating towards the left. Seated pelvic tilt. Start in a tall seated position. Round your lower back, tilting your pelvis under, and reverse. Sit into a tall seated position. Sit to stand. Begin in a seated position, stand up tall, return back to the seated position, and repeat. Lunge and stretch. Start in a standing position, step forward, reach the opposite arm up and over and into a side bend. Return to the standing position and repeat on the other side. In a time like this, it's all about small wins. Staying physically and mentally healthy, sticking to a routine as much as you can, and considering your behaviors through your thoughts, actions, and habits can make all the difference in a time like this. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Canadian Export Challenge. You can follow me along online at Eva Redpath. Take care and be well.
I hope you had a great break and you got to move around a bit before we dive into the rest of the day. And I hope that you're as excited as I am to know who the startup and scale-up semifinalists of the Ontario CXC pitch competition are. First, let's give a virtual round of applause to all of this year's participants. It is amazing to see all of these entrepreneurs going global with their groundbreaking organizations and products. After reviewing thousands of virtual pitches of outstanding entrepreneurs, the judges have selected our top 15 startups and top 15 scale-ups who will move into the Semifinalist 2020 Ontario CXC pitch competition. The semifinalists are Stay tuned to see which entrepreneurs make it to the top 3 broadcasting later this morning. It's time for our next workshop of the day with the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service. The Canadian Trade Commissioner Service, TCS, is a network of more than 1,000 trade professionals working in Canadian embassies, high commissions, and consulates located in 161 cities around the world, and they also have offices across Canada. Please join me in welcoming Trade Commissioner Cassandre Marcelin. Cassandre provides support to Canadian companies seeking international market opportunities with a focus on businesses owned by Indigenous, minority, and youth entrepreneurs. Bienvenue, Cassandre.
Hi, I'm Cassandre Marcelin, a Trade Commissioner with Canada's Trade Commissioner Service. We realize how hard and unexpected this year has been for many of you, and today, if there's one key message I want to get across, it's that we're here to help you navigate the challenges, build confidence, and diversify to spread risk as you start or continue to take your business global. During the presentation, please keep an eye on the live chat where we'll be posting links to resources and information and answering your questions. Trade commissioners from your region can answer your questions in our live TCS Growth Lounge, taking place right after our presentation on live stream 2. To give you a brief overview today, I want to speak about building resilience and capacity, and then give you more background on how the Trade Commissioner Service, or TCS as we call it, can help companies diversify, recover, and grow. Canadians make up just 0.5% of the global population. Therefore, 99.5% of our potential consumers are outside of Canada. So growing globally is often just part of the business cycle. And that's where we, the TCS, come in. The economic impacts of the pandemic have reinforced the need for Canada and Canadian companies to further diversify trade. Diversifying your markets is key to achieving a higher level of resiliency during times of uncertainty, as well as creating future growth for your business. You can gain access to new customers, revenue and ideas, flexibility that spreads business risk, and life cycle extensions of products and services. A company also doesn't need to be large to successfully reach new markets. In fact, the majority of companies we help are Canadian small and medium-sized companies, or SMEs, and tens of thousands of Canadian SMEs export and do very well. Your company's commitment to growing globally is more important than its size. The TCS is here to help make your exporting journey more efficient. We're constantly enhancing our tools and services to help you better reach new customers. There are high growth opportunities around the world that Canadian companies can tap into. We can help your business discover and take advantage of them. However, even before we were navigating the impacts of COVID-19 and international business disruptions, there was a lot to be considered when planning to enter new international markets, such as, is your company ready? What market should you pursue? How do you find the right contacts? How confident are you in your strategy? Does your approach address new market challenges and uncertainties? Does it address the current global challenges related to COVID-19? The impacts from COVID-19 have disrupted the global economy and supply chains, and what recovery will look like as markets begin to open up. Despite all these uncertainties, Canadian companies have been working hard to mobilize and find solutions to address new challenges, and the TCS has been working hard to adapt in order to continue to support them. Before I dive deeper into what the TCS offers, I wanted to highlight one method for building resiliency in market disruptions. Developing your digital capabilities and transforming your e-business to reach new customers and diversify sales channels. E-commerce and digitization have moved to the forefront as methods businesses can use to stabilize, expand while adapting to changes in operations and supply chains. The TCS has increased our digital capacity in order to help businesses navigate an increasingly digital environment. For example, we are adapting contact-free digital services. Innovations include virtual trade missions and virtual international education fairs to replace in-person service offerings. Canadian companies are also able to connect virtually with potential partners and buyers through TCS-supported activities and presence at virtual trade events. One of the TCS's funding programs, Can Export for SMEs, supports these virtual events as well as a range of other digital activities. In today's interconnected global business climate, COVID-19 has affected the way all Canadian companies operate. Many are turning to e-commerce as a way to translate today's challenges into tomorrow's opportunities. The TCS can help companies who are looking to start doing business online with customers abroad, as well as support those companies looking to expand their online presence. Going digital is more than just buying the right software or launching a website. It means understanding and adopting the right technologies and business processes to sell your goods and services over the internet and manage supply chains, provide online service and support to customers, use technology to seamlessly link sales with production and support functions. Digital adoption can save your company money and allow you to more easily sell to customers around the world. It's more than just taking your business online. It's the idea that as you adopt digital tools for your business, that you fully understand their capabilities and use them to the fullest extent. To do this, you may have to upskill yourself and your team or hire people who have the technical skills to develop and implement a successful digital strategy. To help companies, we've been hosting e-commerce webinars featuring companies like Shopify, Alibaba, and Tmall. We also have funding to help. Can Export SMEs funding can help you break into international markets and cover some costs related to digital adoption, such as online marketing tools and search engine optimization. I will go into more detail on the program in an upcoming slide. As an example, here is how we've helped a Canadian IT company tap into new markets. Unify Solutions is an IT company that helps organizations such as banks and insurance companies update legacy systems. Due to COVID-19, 70% of their projects in their sales cycle were put on hold. The challenge was how to sell products and services in the midst of the coronavirus. The company was already in touch with the TCS, who helped in a number of ways. So they received Can Export SMEs funding to support international marketing, and a trade commissioner in Jakarta assisted with on-the-ground market intelligence, cultural background and context for the market, introductions to key stakeholders. This support helped Unify Solutions to meaningfully connect with Indonesian stakeholders, and they won a contract in May to modernize the framework of Indonesia's largest bank. In addition, trade commissioners in Singapore and Atlanta have also helped the company build relationships, visibility, and their business case. You can find their story online, as well as others, in the Canada Export Bulletin on the TCS website. tradecommissioner.gc.ca/CanadaExport. Our expertise and support can help you grow globally with confidence, which is even more important now. We want you to have the confidence the TCS can help you get there, and I'd like to share an overview of what we do and how we can assist Canadian companies access opportunities in international markets. Canada has had trade commissioners abroad for 125 years. We help companies grow globally through export sales, foreign investment, and other types of international commercial activity. We do this through on-the-ground market intelligence, funding programs, as well as initiatives. The key to success, and yours, is really our people. We're able to help companies expand around the world and understand local business practices because of our unbeatable team of trade commissioners. With an on-the-ground network of more than 1,000 trade commissioners serving 10,000 clients in over 160 global locations and 6 regional offices across Canada, we have an unparalleled global network that can support companies, particularly SMEs, to grow internationally. And working with us is free. TCS services are offered free of charge to Canadian companies and organizations who have meaningful economic ties to Canada, have a capacity for and commitment to internationalization, and have good potential to add value to the Canadian economy. When you're ready, and if you think you'd fit as a TCS client, your first connection should be to one of our regional offices across Canada. They serve Canadian companies, meeting and building a relationship and make sure they're ready to do business abroad. When approaching your bank for a loan, you wouldn't submit a request without a business plan. You need to do the same with your trade commissioner. If we know more about you, we can help provide you with better service. Some of the things it's helpful for us to know about your business are what is unique about your company, product, and service, who are the end users of your product or service, which country or regional market are you targeting, how do you plan to enter the market, when do you plan to visit the market. Once a client company is ready to grow internationally, our regional offices connect them with our international offices to trade commissioners working on the ground in the market. Many of our trade commissioners are local hires in countries abroad, selected for their business expertise, deep knowledge of their markets and contacts, and the kinds of strategies that are right for their market. But what exactly do trade commissioners do to help you reduce risks and save time? We provide key market insights and practical business advice. This is particularly important as each country is experiencing different reopening strategies and stages and may experience evolving supply chain disruptions and closures. We also help open the door to new business opportunities globally. Leverage business opportunities through any free trade agreements Canada may have with the local country, identify qualified business contacts, and help resolve complex business problems in foreign markets. For example, a valuable way that we traditionally help connect Canadian companies with potential buyers or partners is at industry trade events in Canada and abroad through TCS booths, Canada pavilions, export cafes, and business-to-business meetings. The TCS also organizes trade missions and business delegations for key trade events or business groups. These events help companies explore opportunities and connect with the right business partners and customers in new markets. However, with COVID-19, we've been shifting to offering virtual options. We can also help Canadian companies gain a competitive advantage by doing business in a socially and environmentally responsible manner, which can mitigate risk, promote innovation, strengthen your brand, and improve your bottom line. Particularly as the Government of Canada expects Canadian companies operating abroad to respect human rights, operate lawfully, and be socially and environmentally responsible. These are just a few of the ways that TCS can help you diversify your exports and export markets to make your business stronger and more resilient. CanExport provides a suite of funding programs to grow your business and access new international opportunities. We assist companies, innovators, associations, and communities. Canadian companies can access CanExport SMEs and CanExport Innovation funding year-round. CanExport SMEs helps Canadian SMEs in all sectors prepare for international markets and pursue export opportunities. The program provides between $15,000 to $75,000 per project. Since 2016, CanExport SMEs has approved over $100 million in funding to support more than 3,000 projects across Canada. I will go into more detail on the types of expenses eligible through this funding program on the next slide. The CanExport Innovation Program offers up to $75,000 in funding to assist innovators from Canadian organizations to formalize R&D partnerships with foreign partners of their choosing. The program is open to SMEs, as well as academic institutions and non-government research centers. There is no minimum revenue requirement for CanExport Innovation, so many clients are startups. Applicants must own or co-own intellectual property rights for their technology, have a prototype, and intend to commercialize within 5 years. CanExport SMEs is the largest of the 4 CanExport programs and is delivered in collaboration with the National Research Council's Industrial Research Assistance Program. The program focuses on export marketing activities of existing products and services in foreign markets. It supports exploratory activities as well as activities that contribute to a longer-term strategy to go international. companies can opt for a multi-year project or submit a new application to build on a previous project. The program helps reduce risks by sharing up to 75% of eligible costs. Applicants can include up to 5 international markets per application and can select from 7 activity categories for each international market, allowing a high degree of project customization. Applicants are accepted year-round through an online portal and are approved within 60 business days. With current travel restrictions in place because of COVID-19, this has curtailed 2 of our more popular activities: international travel and participation in international trade events and meetings. So we've shifted to supporting participation in virtual trade events. More importantly, we continue to support several categories of non-travel activities to help prepare for international markets. These include creating, adapting, and translating marketing tools, which includes online marketing tools and search engine optimization, obtaining intellectual property protection, certification, and adoption of contracts, obtaining legal, tax, and business advice, commissioning market research, feasibility studies, identifying key contacts, and B2B facilitation. We're offering dedicated support to women and Indigenous-owned companies. As mentioned earlier, in response to COVID-19, we've updated our list of eligible expenses to include tools to expand your company's e-commerce presence and navigate trade-related barriers. We're also making updates to help companies reestablish and diversify their presence abroad once travel restrictions are lifted. It's a versatile program, and we invite you to consider how our funding can support your international business development plans in a more holistic way. We also offer a variety of support for specific global growth stages and business needs. For example, if you're not yet export ready, we have a range of export resources on the TCS website, which again is tradecommissioner.gc.ca. These resources help you get ready to grow globally, such as our export quiz to assess if you're ready, our step-by-step guide to exporting, and a TCS Spotlight series on export topics such as e-commerce and market research. We also have an online inquiry service, so if you have a question, ask a trade commissioner. You can fill out our online form and our trade commissioner will respond to your request. We have other funding and support programs specifically for helping science, technology, and innovation-based companies, particularly SMEs. For example, we have a program called the Canadian Technology Accelerator. CTA is a non-equity accelerator program designed to support the global growth of Canadian life sciences, clean tech, and ICT companies that have a scalable service, technology, or product. The program offers customized services to high-potential, high-growth companies and key global tech hubs through virtual means rather than in-market. Services include advice from industry-leading mentors and introductions to strategic partners, potential clients, and investors. These global tech hubs are around the world with further expansion planned in the near future. The Canadian International Innovation Program. This is a funding program designed to help support research and development between Canadian SMEs and their foreign partners in countries with which Canada has a Science, Technology, and Innovation, or STI, agreement. There is currently funding for 5 of Canada's STI agreements with Brazil, China, India, Israel, and South Korea, with a total of $5 million available annually for partnerships with organizations in these countries. Since 2015, the program approved 53 R&D projects and committed $19.2 million in funding. The program is also delivered in collaboration with the National Research Council's Industrial Research Assistance Program. Other ways we support Canadian science, technology, and innovation-based SMEs is introducing them to potential foreign partners for research, development, technology validation, and pilots, bringing technology scouting missions to Canada to meet with Canadian innovators, helping pitch innovative technologies, and finding foreign venture capital investors for startups. Earlier, we discussed diversifying where and how you do business to develop capacity and become more resilient. But there are also other dimensions of diversity, like diversity in the ownership of companies that are exporting. The TCS is proud to celebrate Canada's rich diversity of exporters, which is why we provide dedicated support for export-ready and export-active businesses owned by women, Indigenous peoples, visible minorities, and members of the LGBTQ2 community, and other groups traditionally underrepresented in international trade, like youth. For example, some of our initiatives are tailored to respond to the current needs of large corporations that have supplier diversity programs. Our targeted events and business delegations also help exporters and inclusive trade groups to better access the right business contacts and increase their chances of making a solid connection. Here's one example of the support I've been talking about and how it helped a Canadian company. iRead Incorporated, operating as Squiggle Park Dreamscape, develops research-based digital literacy technologies, video games, for all learners. One of its first experiences with the TCS was participating in a CTA in Boston, which supported the company's business development plan in this key tech hub and facilitated contacts with key industry leaders. The TCS network provided invitations to industry events around the US and a company of people to connect with. The TCS network provided invitations to industry events around the US and a community of people to connect with. We also helped mitigate issues country to country and provide qualified contacts, suggestions, and opportunities not considered, and assistance repositioning the company's focus. With this support, the company's product grew from 0 to 1 million users in just 1 year across 160 countries. You can find this story online, as well as others, in the Canada Export Bulletin on the TCS website. Now, I've talked a lot about TCS programs and support, but being able to find your way through the many resources available can be key to accelerating your growth. We believe there should be no wrong door when companies reach out for support. That's why we're strengthening our capacity to point businesses in the right direction for their specific needs. We can connect you with Canada's broader trade support ecosystem. Every exporter journey is unique, and you will work with many parts of the system throughout your journey. We collaborate closely with partners for a Team Canada approach to make sure we're offering support to Canadian businesses. Being able to find the right export support can be even more critical for keeping your business going through COVID-19. As you've likely already heard from Export Development Canada today, they are working to bring businesses financial relief and also help companies identify programs and services that will serve them best in facing challenges brought on by COVID-19. So as you plan and prepare for moving forward in your global journey, please keep in mind the TCS, what we offer that fits with your company needs, and how we can help you build resiliency, confidence, and capacity as you grow. So you can get in touch with us when the time and the need is right. If you would like to stay connected and learn more about upcoming TCS events or read about success stories, we have the Canada Export Bulletin on the TCS website, which again is tradecommissioner.gc.ca/Canada Export. Thank you for listening today, and please take advantage of the chance to have your questions answered by a trade commissioner from our regional office by visiting our TCS Growth Lounge, taking place right now in live stream 2.
A huge thank you to Cassandra for presenting that insightful workshop. I would now like to begin our first panel session by reminding everyone to connect online using our hashtags. Again, those hashtags are CXC 2020 or hashtag Global Entrepreneur. Let's trend today in Ontario communities. I know we can do it. Canadian entrepreneurs have access to a vibrant and growing innovation, entrepreneurship, and global expansion ecosystem with support available from all levels of government, private, and nonprofit organizations. Please join me in welcoming the Enterprise Support Panel moderated by Paul Gaspar, Director of Small Business at UPS Canada. He will be joined today by Jill Saskin-Gales, International Growth Consultant at Google, Jeremy Bornstein, Senior Vice President of Payments and Loyalty at MasterCard, and Doug Mill, Senior Director, Policy, International Affairs and Research Office, Canadian Intellectual Property Office.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm glad to be back with you online with our next part of our agenda, which is the Enterprise Support Panel. Today, I'm joined by three great growth partners with whom entrepreneurs can scale further and faster. And our goal is to provide you with opportunities to get insights so that you can scale further and faster with the advice that you'll hear today. Our goal will be to provide you with not just those insights, but how to leverage Canada to succeed. We have been able to hear all day how the world has forever changed, but that does not have to be a bad thing. Being part and being able to pivot your business or leverage to the new norm to grow your business and be successful is something that we all focus on, and you can get support through entrepreneurs so that you can achieve. To help you with the support aspect, I have a few questions for our panel, and I know that you'll get some insightful responses to share with you. So let's get started. The first question I'd like to open up to the panel is a way for them to introduce themselves, but more important, I'd like to have an opportunity for our guests to tell us about their organization and how they support entrepreneurs to go global. For example, at UPS, I'm the director of small business, and I have the opportunity to work with a dedicated team of ambassadors that focus on a daily basis to onboard and support businesses of all sizes, including those that are starting, not just to scale across Canada, but to go global. We take up an opportunity to share with them all of the insights we have with the 100 plus years of experience that UPS brings to over 220 countries around the world. And by us providing all of the thought knowledge that we have and education, it allows them to think a little bit more, spend a little bit less time on their logistics, and hopefully a little bit more time on growing their business. So with that, I'm going to ask Jill to introduce herself and tell us a little bit about her business.
Thanks so much, Paul. I'm Jill Saskin-Gales. I'm an international growth lead at Google Canada, and I'm really excited to be here with you all today. Google has been helping Canadian businesses of all sizes grow online for more than 20 years. In fact, there's more than $23 billion of economic activity generated for the Canadian economy each year by more than 500,000 Canadian businesses enabled by our search and advertising products. And that's something that personally makes me really proud to do what I do at Google for businesses like yourselves. And I'm actually really excited to announce that today we're launching Market Finder in Canada, a free tool to help you do weeks worth of market research in a matter of a few minutes, and it's all free. So if you're looking to reach new target markets, plan your operations, and market your business globally, be sure to check out Market Finder on Think with Google, now launched in Canada.
Excellent. All right, Jeremy.
Thanks. So MasterCard's well known for our advertising campaigns and for the plastic that hopefully is in all of your wallets. But really, MasterCard is just a network of computers that connects everyone, whether you're sitting in Kamloops or in Toronto, to a global market, and provides that consistent global ability to pay and buy things and be paid for things. And so I run at MasterCard our services businesses in Canada, helping banks, merchants, and acquirers improve their business and get more value out of the payments that they're receiving. At MasterCard, we also have a range of programs that help and engage with entrepreneurs and fintech startups. One of them, which is quite interesting, is a program called StartPath, which I'll talk a little bit about more later, which helps businesses scale as we introduce them to all of our customers, our banks and our merchants around the world.
That's great. And Doug.
Yes, thanks very much. So my name is Doug Milne. I'm a Senior Director in the Policy, International Relations and Economic Research unit at the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. So we're a special operating agency. We're part of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, and we're responsible for the administration and processing of intellectual property. So CIPO is helping entrepreneurs and businesses compete globally through the joining of 5 international IP treaties, specifically with regard to industrial designs, trademarks, and patents, that will help Canadian companies expand their presence in international markets by providing a faster, simpler, and more cost-effective way to get IP protection in multiple countries. So the goal is to reduce the administrative burden and provide harmonized procedures for Canadian businesses. Positioning Canada as a global innovation center is key to advancing our innovation and skills plan. Businesses can choose to apply for IP rights in multiple countries through one application with fees paid in one currency through a single transaction. They can register, or you can register and manage your trademark in the territories of the Madrid system, a centralized system covering more than 120 countries. You can register your industrial designs in more than 90 countries using the Hague system. You can file one international patent application to seek protection in as many as 153 jurisdictions. As part of our Government of Canada National IP Strategy, CIPO's IP Awareness and Education Program is making it easier for entrepreneurs to access IP resources, tools, and advice. The program offers a wide range of products and services that enable Canadian businesses in all stages to be aware of and understand IP and to make effective use of it in achieving business growth and success. Thanks, Paul.
Wow, excellent. So as you can see, we've got three amazing individuals from amazing organizations that have a lot of advice for you. And I want to dive right into some of the questions that we have. What are some of the common mistakes that you or your organization has seen entrepreneurs do when they try to go global? Doug, how about yourself?
Yeah, so there's a few things that I think we've noticed. Entrepreneurs, I think, in a number of cases, fail to take stock of their IP assets. So there's a lack of awareness that they possess IP, so brands, logos, websites, promotional material. They also sometimes fail to understand the strategic value of their intellectual property. And sometimes they fail to take steps to strategically, protect their IP assets. So they plan for intellectual property too late and miss the window of opportunity to file in different countries. They don't plan, budget, finance for IP expenditures. They don't file for IP protection in relevant jurisdictions, including manufacturing countries. And they don't use multiple manufacturing companies to minimize the chances of getting their IP reverse engineered. They also lack, in some cases, awareness of competitors' IP rights and whether they're potentially infringing on someone else's rights. And finally, I'd say that there's sometimes a failure to secure the services of local IP professionals who can guide them through the nuances of the local business and IP enforcement landscapes.
Wow, a lot. Jill, your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think some of the most common mistakes I see when either entrepreneurs or large companies go global is really two sides to a coin, either aiming for perfection or just diving into a market without doing any of their homework on things like payments or other issues. So on the aiming for perfection side, if you're aiming for perfect product market fit and getting everything 100% right in Canada before expanding, you're never going to expand. Sometimes you need to take what you know, dive in, test and learn. And actually a great example of this is Inkbox, a Toronto-based company that sells temporary tattoos worldwide. And from the beginning, they used their Google Analytics and Google Ads data to just start selling into the US as well as Canada right away. And as a result, 5 years later, about 60% of their sales now come from the US because they're willing to just go in there, test, learn, and iterate. Mm-hmm. Of course, the flip side is if you dive into a market with no data and no action plan, then you're probably not going to see much success. So it's important to take what data and insights you do have and then apply that from the get-go. And a great example I've seen of this is a startup called Sync.com. They're a secure cloud storage startup based in Toronto as well. And they also use their Google Analytics and ads data to see that they already had people visiting their website in the US and Europe. So that was a strong signal to them that if they expanded there, they probably already had a customer base to start with because they knew they were getting visitors from there. And so by testing that out and creating landing pages and campaigns, they were able to then untap that opportunity and grow into those markets more easily than just diving in with no prior knowledge. So in all, it's really trying to figure out that balance, learning what you can, preparing, but then being willing as entrepreneurs to just take that risk and dive in and see what works.
At UPS, the 3 laws of going global. Law number 1 is research and really try to, indicate the importance. And all of you are basically talking about that. It's having that knowledge and doing that research. Our second law is research. And then, it's not us trying to be funny, but it's to try to drive that point home. And of course, when I ask everyone, what do you think the third law is? Everyone says research. I say, well, no, close. You get help. So let's get into our next question. And that is, unique because this is the third year that we're doing the Canadian Export Challenge, but it's the first time that we're doing it virtually. And why we're doing virtually? Well, obviously we're dealing with this global pandemic, which hopefully will get to a conclusion, a positive one, sooner than later. But that being said, entrepreneurs are facing new terms and new challenges in exporting during COVID-19. What are some of these challenges because of COVID that you're seeing rise to the surface that maybe were not as predominant before? So Jeremy, on MasterCard, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'd actually like to come back to your conclusion from the last question, which is about doing your research. And one of the things that we do at MasterCard, and it's accelerated also in these challenging times, is using that transactional data to help inform better decisions on where to focus efforts on. Jill was talking about certain stores are open in some regions and others, or businesses are working in other regions. We have products that can help you identify up to the minute what businesses actually open based on us seeing actual transaction volume there. So you can refocus your efforts on areas or regions that are operational versus misspending ad dollars potentially, or sales efforts on regions that are slowing down. We also have products that can, if you're going to open up a physical store, help you figure out where in particular you should be. So what street corner is optimal for what your service you're bringing to market. And if you're going into a mall, then forget the street corner, what level of what mall, what area you want to be in, to help really fine tune the operation of your business going forward. Get all that information together to help figure out how to best go into market in these times.
Perfect. Jill, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I work mostly with companies in the tech and retail sectors. And I say at a macro level, it's not that COVID-19 has brought out brand new behaviors in all of us online. It's really just accelerated the shifts that we were already seeing in the marketplace. And so while that brings uncertainty, of course, for companies that are well positioned, it can also bring great opportunity. And actually, a great example of this, of an entrepreneur who was able to seize an opportunity brought on by COVID-19, is Peter Leywine. He owns a small stationery store in Toronto. I've been going there since I was a child. And when COVID forced all stores to close, Peter had his first ever day in more than 30 years with $0 in revenue. And I think any of us can relate. If you have your first $0 revenue day in more than 30 years, that's absolutely terrifying. But I think what's really impressive about Peter's story is, yes, he was terrified, but he also thought, I need to get through this. And so he built out his online store with Shopify. He launched Google Ads campaigns in the US and Canada. And overnight, he was able to start selling to his customers again and reaching new customers as well. Within the first 6 weeks of COVID, he was able to increase his sales 18 times over. So again, I think that's a great example showing that COVID-19 brings challenges, of course, but if you really look for them for your business, you can also find some great opportunities.
Great. And I've got hundreds of examples of what you just said as well, too. So, and again, Doug alluded to the fact that from a shipping perspective, there's been challenges at all aspects of the supply chain, but not being online, or being online but not having a proper solution really came front and center for a business when COVID was obviously hitting, and we had to pivot. Great. So let's now move into the next question, which I think does sort of pivot off of what we just talked about, right? With the changes that we've seen, COVID has obviously changed a lot as to how businesses can operate and survive. That being said, that brings risk with it as well, too. So Jill, I'd like to start with you if we could. What are some of the key areas that you think entrepreneurs should be aware of to ensure that when they are scaling their business securely, when they're going global, especially during these times?
Sure. I mean, entrepreneurship is something inherently risky. That's why I'm in awe of the people who are tuning in today. I work for a large company. I don't have the risk appetite to do what you do. But when you are taking on that risk and trying to scale your own business, the way to do that securely is, of course, to mitigate those risks that can be mitigated, which isn't all of them, but it's some of them. And I think a Canadian company that's done this really well is Deciem, which you may also know as the Abnormal Beauty Company. They sell beauty products in more than 15 countries around the world. And the way they were able to scale securely and mitigate risk was by taking advantage of existing technology and working with great partners. So for example, when Deciem first scaled internationally, they built their own e-commerce platform. But as they expanded and expanded and expanded, it got to the point where this was actually holding them back. So right now, they took the leap to leave their legacy systems behind, re-platform, and that allows them to mitigate a lot of the risks they were facing and scale more efficiently. Another thing they were able to do, and that many companies should do, I think, is work with great partners who can help. So when Deciem expanded into the US, they did that through Sephora, through Boots in the UK, through Tmall in China. Find the right partners who can help you with advertising and brand building and distribution so that you can reach those new customers. And by doing that, you'll start to learn about the market, learn about consumer behavior, improve your product market fit, and then maybe you can start to look at your own direct-to-consumer infrastructure.
Great insights, absolutely. Jeremy, MasterCard, I know that security is definitely one of your pillars, so I'm assuming you've got quite a few insights or tips you want to share with the audience.
When you do go global, or even when you establish yourself, it's not about going global, you need to think about cybersecurity. We've made a number of investments in this space, a company we recently acquired called Risk Recon, which we're offering for free to all Canadian companies through Digital Main Street. It's a partnership with Google and a number of other companies. It'll help you monitor your cybersecurity performance during this crisis and even after, and strongly encourage you to take a look at that service.
Yeah, wow, excellent. Doug, same with you. I'm assuming there's quite a bit that you can share as far as security is concerned from a people perspective.
Sure. I guess I would say entrepreneurs need to start with an IP strategy. So they need to identify business goals, what is their protectable IP, any regional requirements, potential partners, and their capacity to expand into target markets. I would argue that having an effective IP strategy can help entrepreneurs mitigate some risks. I would also say track the IP ownership throughout the supply chain, monitor for infringement, and have contracts that provide for relief and other damages. Consider acquiring IP rights in each country where protection is justified. It's important to consider whether you have the means and resources to enforce your IP rights in other countries if they're infringed upon. And I would say as well, conduct some research by accessing online IP databases available on websites of foreign IP offices to help you determine if your IP conflicts with or infringes upon someone's prior rights, and identify any potential partners or competitors. And finally, I'd say I would suggest you consult with experts such as Global Affairs Canada's Trade Commissioner Service.
Research, get help, right? I love it.
Right.
Great, perfect. Hey, Jeremy, maybe we'll start with you with this next one. And I've heard already several different examples from all of you as to specific businesses and how they've sort of pivoted or handled some of these challenges. But maybe we can share some more examples of companies that your organization has supported, and by supporting them, the kind of impact that you think you've given them to help that business grow moving forward.
So I spoke a little bit earlier about a program that we call StartPath, and StartPath really it's a two-way program. It's kind of like a bit like how a VC operates without the investment side. Investments sometimes happen, but not always. We find companies that we find particularly interesting, whether they're in the fintech, paytech, insurtech, or any tech. It's not really focused on one thing. And give them a stage to be introduced to our customers, our issuing banks, our acquiring banks, and our merchants around the world. We're currently working with about 100 companies, and from every country imaginable in the world. Interestingly, 5 of them are Canadian. We're quite proud of that. Right now. One of them in particular, I'll talk about a company called MobiWave out of Montreal. We got started working with MobiWave just about 2 years ago when they were very much in their infancy. MobiWave is a company that brings turns your phone into a payment device. We helped MobiWave get introduced to device manufacturers, signed a deal with a very large one, the largest device manufacturer in the world, actually, which ultimately led to their acquisition by Apple a couple of weeks ago. And so our engagement will likely cease as that acquisition goes through. A couple other companies that we're working with as well in Canada, a company called Olive, which is looking to bring deals and not quite a Groupon style, but make it using that payment data to help customers save money. Another company called Milo that we're working with to help them scale and get out of Canada and start to work with companies globally. And another company that we worked with for quite some time out of Toronto called Sensible, which is taking receipts and bringing them into your banking app. They were very focused and having great success in Canada, the US, and by being part of our program, we introduced them to players all throughout Europe and really helped them scale their business quite quickly. So it's been quite an effective program, quite selective in who comes into it, but once you're in it, we're going to really help your business supercharge.
Wow, a lot happening there, which not surprising at all. Doug, any examples that you can share?
Sure, I can give you a couple. So one of the companies we worked with is also a client of Accelerated Growth Services, which is a program funded out of our department, ISED. The company is based in Toronto and is in the high-tech space. The company was scaling but had no IP plan. Our IP advisor in that region was introduced to them and helped them build their strategy and educated their team. And 2 years later, they've now applied for several patents pending in multiple countries. In addition, they're in the process of acquiring foreign intellectual property, have designed an internal IP incentive program, and we're involved in continuous training programs along with their new IP council. And finally, another example would be we've partnered with the Canadian Space Agency and raised awareness of over 100 participants on technology transfer in the space sector and how to build an IP strategy that is aligned with business goals.
Wow. Excellent. I'd like to take the opportunity too, from a UPS perspective, to share at least one example, and all of those were amazing. And the reason I like to share an example is because there's this perceived notion, unfortunately, out there in the Canadian market that UPS is really more for the Fortune 500 organizations, which couldn't be further from the truth. Yes, we support all of the big brands that and hear and probably buy from as well. But we support small businesses and have been for over 100 years, right from day one as they continue to grow throughout their life cycle. Again, all of our organizations are trying to help the best that we can. It's just a matter, again, of those businesses reaching out and getting that help. And then I know all of us will guide them in the right direction to move forward. Okay, so our next question is really to try to find out what local, regional, or even national organizations that you believe every entrepreneur should know about to connect in order to go global. And this is an opportunity to talk about any one of those. So Jill, I'll ask you first if you have an example of any of those, again, local, regional, or national organizations that you think it's a good opportunity for entrepreneurs to get that advice from.
Sure, thank you. There's three that I'd like to highlight. The first, of course, is Market Finder, our brand new tool that Google is launching today to give you the insights you need to expand internationally. The second, of course, is our government agencies like the Trade Commissioner's Office, EDC, tons of resources and networking opportunities there to help you go global. And then the third, something that really resonated with me when I was speaking with Decim's Director of Digital, is stop trying to solve problems that already have solutions. And so there are so many great organizations and companies out there that have solutions you can use to go global. For example, instead of building your own website, why not use a website provider? Shopify and Lightspeed are great Canadian examples. There are many more out there. So as you're looking to expand, use Market Finder, use government agencies that can provide you with the insight and support you need. And then don't solve a problem that already has a great solution. Leverage those solutions so you can reach new customers better and faster.
Great examples. Doug, I believe you've got some either local or even regional examples that you'd like to share with us as well too.
In the National Capital Region, I'd like to highlight Invest Ottawa and Export Outaouais. In Ontario, there's the Ontario Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade. They focus on export and investment services. They have information about incoming buyers' missions, exporter education seminars, and workshops for Ontario businesses looking to export outside of Canada. We already mentioned the Trade Commissioner Service. In this case, it's specific to Ontario. And in Northern Ontario, we have an entity called Innovation Initiatives Ontario North.
Doug, those are great examples. Thanks, Jill, as well too. And of course, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't also indicate Startup Canada. I mean, Startup Canada is a rallying voice for entrepreneurs and startups across the country. They obviously are based in Ottawa, but they've got their communities across the country. I've met a lot of these community leaders from coast to coast to coast. And these are very passionate people that are entrenched in their local communities. I guarantee you, if you were to approach them and say, I need help in this area, they'll know not just nationally or regionally, but even locally where you can tap into some examples we've already heard, but perhaps some others as well too. So don't forget your local startup community as well. Great. Just final piece of advice that you like to have entrepreneurs know as to how they can leverage Canada in order to succeed globally. Jill, how about yourself?
Well, Canada is a wonderfully diverse country, right, with so many potential customers to reach within our borders. So the last piece of advice I'd give is if you're in Ontario and you have no customers in Quebec, test expanding there first before going south of the border. Or if you're in Quebec and you have no customers in British Columbia, test your logistics and your customer support there before hopping across the pond. Or if you want to expand into China, about 5% of Canadians are of Chinese origin. You probably have a lot you can learn from that community. To be clear, I'm not coming to the Canadian Export Challenge to say don't export, but I am saying that you can leverage the size and diversity of Canada in order to test, learn, iterate, and mitigate risk so that you can be even more successful when you do export.
Also great advice. Jeremy, how about yourself?
Yeah, thanks. Very similar to Jill, that there's been over time, a lot of thought that if you're going to get serious about your business and you want to scale, you've got to move to the US, you have to move somewhere else. But especially now more than ever with COVID and the lack of travel, it doesn't matter where you are. Canada is such a wonderful place to grow your business and to scale. And increasingly with national champions like Shopify, it's showing that you can get absolutely enormous here and be very successful without having to leave the country. In fact, at MasterCard, we've made 4 very large acquisitions in the last 2 years. 2 of those 4 have been in Canada's backyard. We're also excited, as I mentioned earlier, to be working with a number of StartPath companies and hope to add many more, and hopefully one day from Startup Canada as well into the mix. So, Canada is a great digitally connected country with a large base and diverse base, as Jill emphasized. So go Canada.
All right. I can't believe it. We've already wrapped up finished our time. We've had some amazing advice from our 3 panelists. And as you can see, we've got 4 organizations, including UPS, that you can tap into and get a lot of advice, not just, as Jill indicated, to support you to go from coast to coast, but obviously to scale and to go global as well too. And that's just 4 on this panel. The Export Challenge brings to you other partners as well too, like EDC and the Trade Commissioner Services. And there's many more that are supporting to bring this to you virtually that you can tap into and make sure that you're getting all the research that you need up front and all the advice that you can get to make sure that you maximize the success rate when you want to go global. So I'd like to take the opportunity now to obviously thank Jill, Jeremy, and Doug for their great advice and for their time. Hopefully you've enjoyed this session as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you, and hope that everyone enjoys the rest of their day. And those of you that are pitching and trying to win the award, good luck, and looking forward to announcing the regional winners later today. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Thank you to the panelists for all of their insights on supporting Canadian entrepreneurs and going global. And now is the time we have all been waiting for. We are now announcing the top 3 startups and the top 3 scale-ups who will be moving on to the final round to pitch on the virtual stage in front of all of you. First, thank you to our semifinal judges for providing your feedback to our top 30 pitchers. I'm sure it wasn't easy to pick your top choices and to narrow down our finalists. I am thrilled to share that the finalists are
Weave Air, Untangle Money, Beauty Board, Braze Mobility Inc., Eagle, and Socialite Vodka.
In a few moments, we will hear 3 startups and 3 scale-ups pitch for their chance to win the title of 2020 Ontario Canadian Export Challenge winner. After all of the pitches are complete, our final judging panel will deliberate and choose 1 startup and 1 scale-up as the final winners. The winner of the startup category will receive $2,500 cash, and the winner of the scale-up category will receive $5,000. In addition, they will compete again for a chance to win up to $25,000 cash and up to $100,000 in support at the CXC Grand Finale in October. Now, let's hear the final pitches.
Good afternoon. I am so pleased to introduce the Canadian Export Challenge Ontario Region finalists who are going to be pitching live on our digital main stage. First, we have the startups. Pitching today, we have Weave Air, Untangle Money, and Beauty Board, who are going to be pitching live for our virtual audience. Welcome to our pitchers. Let's do a little virtual round of applause to encourage some great pitches that we're going to see on this stage. Welcome. We also have today an esteemed panel of judges from our various partners who are going to be adjudicating the top 3 startups and top 3 scale-ups that we're going to see in a little while to choose one winner in each category. Our judges today are Navi Dami from EDC, Paul Gaspar from UPS, Aliyah Dedhar from TCS, yeah, you can give a little wave, Kate Karn from MasterCard, and Naveen Nigam from Google. Welcome to our judges. And thank you to everybody who's joining us. Please engage on Twitter, show some love to the various panelists and judges using the hashtag CXC2020 and use the comment function throughout the pitches today. Today's pitchers are going to have 90 seconds to pitch, and then our judges will have an opportunity to ask 2 minutes of questions to help them decide who really has what it takes to go global. So let's get these pitches going with the startup category. So first up, our startup pitcher number 1 is Natalia of Weave Air. So I'm going to cue you, and then you'll be able to begin your pitch. Natalia, you ready to go?
Yes, for sure.
Fantastic. So let's count you down in 3, 2, 1. 90 seconds on the clock.
Before COVID crisis changed our world, nobody gave much thought about the importance of ventilation systems, and yet the health of every single person on this planet depends on this. I spent over 10 years as an engineer developing new sensor solutions and algorithms. I learned that over 75% of ventilation systems have serious problems, and most of the time we don't even know about this. I'm Natalia, CEO of Weaver, and we are here to solve this. Weaver provides end-to-end solution for air ventilation systems to improve indoor air quality, reduce operation cost and liabilities. Multi-sensor devices can be quickly and easily installed in any air conditioning system, and predictive software enables fast and accurate decisions, saving lives. With 95% accuracy and ability to diagnose problems, Weaver saves organizations over $300,000 per year, resulting in ROI within 2 years. We have a team with over 20 years of industry experience and over 16 awards across 4 continents. We validated the need for this solution in North America, Asia, and Europe, and have over 1 million in orders and paid pilot with transportation operators like Seoul Metro and world's largest train component manufacturers. This year, we are starting to export this solution also to Europe and US, and we really need your support. So please join us, because every breath counts.
Fantastic. Under the clock. Well done. Round of applause to our first startup pitcher. Fantastic. So kicking off our judging feedback, Kate, why don't we pass things over to you at MasterCard?
Well, thank you so much for your pitch. It was fascinating. Can you tell me a little bit about competition in the space and who else is active?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. So there is 2 categories of companies in this space. There is companies that monitor and improve air quality, and there is companies that deal with ventilation systems and their optimizations. And there is larger companies, you know, like Siemens, Schneider, Honeywell, but there is also smaller startups like Clean Alert and IQ Air and Yoo-Hoo. And so what we discovered is there is this really big need to have a holistic analysis of our environment, including air quality, including ventilation system performance and occupancy. And using this data, we are actually able to really reduce the risks. And organizations like building owners and managers told us they cannot do it with existing solutions. And that's why they're interested in Weaver.
Fantastic. Thank you. Navi from EDC, over to you for some feedback.
Hi, Natalia. I just wanted to find out, in terms of cost and pricing, how does that work for, you got the large scale companies or residential homes as well? So how does that work for you?
Right, that's a great question. Thank you. So in terms of the pricing, it's we offer this on a subscription model basis, where the sensors, the hardware and software is included as part of the package. We have different pricing tiers depending on the level of control and automation that is enabled by our solution. Right now, we are focused mostly on commercial buildings and industrial buildings, just because usually the need and the return of investment for them is highest. But we do plan to expand also to residential buildings within about 12 to 18 months after that.
Fantastic. Paul, any thoughts from UPS?
I know you mentioned a couple of markets that you want to go global, but how do you plan to do that? Distribution model, like what's your plan on your global expansion?
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, we actually already exporting globally. So we have customers in Seoul, in South Korea, and also in Europe. Right now we are based in Toronto, Canada. So the way we do this is through partnerships. So we have channel partnerships, like for example, maintenance companies, insurance companies, service providers like building consulting companies who are already having those direct relationships with our end customers. And they really benefit from the data we collect because it helps them save cost. It helps them increase their revenue by offering higher quality services and products. So we have like a really win-win relationships. So that's why we were able to sign up this kind of companies, even in geographies that are, quite far away from us.
Fantastic. Thank you. Wonderful feedback from our pitchers. And congratulations, Natalia. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Great to see you.
So let's head into our pitch number 2 in the startup category. Ria from Untangle Money. I'm going to pass it to you in a few moments. Are you ready to pitch?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. So let's give it a go in 3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ria, the co-founder of Untangle Money, and I want to talk to you about the fact that money is hard, and money for women, even harder. My team and I have built a solution that actually works for women, and I can't wait to tell you about it. But first, everyone knows about the wage gap. I want to talk about the wealth gap. This is that for every dollar a man has in net worth, the average woman has 32 cents. The average Black or Latina woman has only 1 cent. Part of the gap is due to the fact that the financial services industry treats men and women as if they're the same, but they aren't. Women tend to take sabbaticals for maternity leave, switch to part-time work, and get paid less for equal work. But those things aren't taken into account when building most financial plans, meaning that for most women, mainstream financial products don't work. So here at Untangle Money, we've created a by women, for women financial planning and education platform that acts like a money coach in your pocket. Our product is 3-pronged. The first is tailored advice that accounts for things like fluctuating income and sabbaticals, also including an interactive dashboard that depicts our customers' personalized financial life journey. They'll be able to clearly see how saving hundreds of dollars now adds thousands of dollars to their savings in 30 years. We're also including money masterclasses. So this is finance optimized for how women learn. Through the use of things like mindfulness, behavioral psychology, our product actually encourages positive results. So Untangle Money currently has a global community of over 300 women who are excited to gain the confidence they need to manage their finances and start investing early. We're about to launch our MVP, and right now we're looking for women between 20 and 30 who want to get involved in our product and test it out. Thank you so much for listening.
Awesome. Well done. Round of applause for Ria. Right under the buzzer. So let's pass over to Naveen from Google. Over to you for some initial thoughts.
That was great. Thank you. And I appreciate you getting right under the wire there. When we talk about providing this type of feedback, providing this tailored coaching for women, tell me a little bit more about that. Who are you reaching out to? Who are the folks that you're getting this feedback from that are going to be sharing it with the women that are part of this community?
Yeah, so currently our team has a lot of experience in the financial services world. We also have a couple designations. My co-founder is a ex-portfolio manager, has a lot of experience. So a lot of that information comes from there. She's also pursuing her financial planning designation. But in addition to that, the people that we're reaching out to mainly for this advice are women between 20 and 30 who are at inflection points in their career and life. So they're able to sort of start thinking like, okay, I have this money, but I don't really know what to do with it. What are some things that I can do to make my future a little bit better? And that is the gap in the market that we're trying to fill.
Got it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Aaliyah from the Trade Commissioner Service, over to you for some feedback.
Thanks, Ria. Excellent presentation. Tell me, what is your client acquisition strategy? How are you getting your product out in the market?
Yeah, so right now we are growing quite rapidly, which is very exciting. A lot of it is grassroots. So we're growing our social media presence, but right now we're working on building a brand ambassador program. We've had a lot of people reach out to us that are passionate about this idea and they want to get involved in some capacity. So referrals and word of mouth work really well for the female community. Right now we're staying local, but we actually have ambassadors and people that are interested all over the US. And we've actually had a couple calls in Europe as well, which is very exciting. marketing. But that's sort of our next step going forward. Most likely influencers, social media is kind of our step for growth.
Wonderful. And then final remarks from Kate. This is right up your alley, so would love to hear some of your questions.
That's fantastic. Yes, thank you so much. I'm just curious if you have any partnerships in the works with FIs or anything like that to help you scale, or with other kinds of wealth management.
We don't as of yet, but we're certainly open to it. I think that could be an excellent strategy to grow, and we're hoping to. We've had conversations, but nothing that has panned out as yet.
Fantastic. We might be able to help you out there, Ria, with our various connections here. Fantastic. Round of applause for our second startup pitcher. Well
Thank
done.
you.
So to kick things off, last but not least, we're going to be going to our third startup pitch, and that's going to be with Erin Dames of Beauty Board. Erin, are you ready to begin? Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to count you down. If you want to unmute your microphone in 3, 2, 1, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erin. I'm the solo founder of Beauty Board. Fun fact, there are about 1.3 billion people in the world of African descent. And another fun fact, the Black community in the US and Canada alone spend nearly 9 times more on beauty, grooming, and self-care than their non-Black counterparts. As a part of that community, I know firsthand that we still rely heavily on word of mouth and product reviews from blog posts to guide our shopping choices, because the reviews that we find on general marketplaces and e-commerce sites tend to be unreliable or irrelevant to our needs. Beauty Board wants to address this by creating a platform that puts reliable reviews and cost-effective sellers all in one place, while simultaneously creating a community, as well as an information crowdsourcing agent for beauty, grooming, and self-care products worldwide. We currently have a loyal following of 300 plus social media followers, and we're steadily working towards building our first web platform. Revenue that we get in would come in from ad space sales as well as affiliate marketing. Currently, we're self-funded along with in-kind support from family and friends. Any external funding that we receive at this point would go towards turning our non-functioning prototype into a functioning minimum viable product. Any excess that we get would go towards early adopter and user acquisition. We're currently engaged with brands in Africa as well as the Caribbean, so we are prepared to go up to a global scale. Thank you for listening.
Fantastic. Round of applause for Erin. Well done to our incredible startups. Really, really impressive stuff, everyone. Let's kick off with some feedback from Paul. What are your thoughts from UPS?
So beauty industry, very, very competitive. And I know that you're trying to focus on what seems to be a very important niche group. But what's your competition look like? Is there any competition? What are you faced up against, and how are you going to try to overcome that?
Well, the existing sources for this type of information is still going to be general marketplaces as well as e-commerce sites, and as well as certain blogs that have a consortium of brands under their belt. But what we really want to do, we don't want to create competition. We want to collaborate. So what we're trying to do is bring everything to one space and be able to organize it in a way that we're able to say, this is the best product for us at this time. This is the best product for my needs for this niche.
Fantastic. Nevi from EDC, over to you.
Hi, Erin. I just wanted to know, how would you differentiate the companies that are actually doing the ad space versus the actual reviews coming in? Is there an influence for that, or is there any checkpoints for that type of thing?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So in terms of, you're going to be having revenue coming in from ad space by selling ad space. So how do you differentiate or keep it separate from the reviews coming in? So just kind of having that firewall in place so you differentiate and keep the two separate.
Well, affiliate marketing would likely come from our brands as well as our sellers. Whereas we would probably look into getting the reviews not just from e-commerce sites, but from places like YouTube, Google reviews, stuff like that. So there may be some overlap, but there are going to be spaces where the information sources are different. And then we're also looking to get this information on our site natively from our users.
Fantastic. Speaking of Google reviews, Naveen, over to you. You might have some unique perspectives you can bring to provide to Erin. if you can quickly unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Great pitch. Thank you very much for that. When I'm kind of, as Paul was mentioning, this is a very niche market that we're going for, and we're trying to solve it. And you mentioned you want to collaborate with this. From purely a technology perspective, and being from Google, that's why I'm honing on the technology. Are you looking at AI, or are you looking at what are the technology foundations that you're looking to implement as building this out to address the niche and at the same time collaborate?
Well, AI would be one of those things where we will be using that to basically learn where where the information would be coming from. Because, for example, I can find a review on YouTube that has 5 different products in it, where we would use technology to be able to differentiate, okay, this link actually goes for this particular product, this link goes for this product, this link goes for that product. That's just an example. We would, for the review for product sellers, we would want to use hyperlocalization so that we're giving our users a more customized experience in terms of being able to show them what's the most cost-effective seller in their area for the product that they want. And those are just two examples of the types of technology that we want to use with Beauty Board.
Fantastic. Lots of potential, certainly. Some final thoughts from Aaliyah, maybe from the Trade Commissioner Service. Anything you would like to add? If you can also unmute your microphone.
There we go.
There you go.
No, I think everyone asked the questions I was going to ask. So thank you for the presentation, Erin.
Fantastic. So then I think we are good to wrap up our startup pitch competition. Well done, everyone. Virtual round of applause. Use the chat function to say congratulations to our various pitchers. Maybe check them out on their websites. And we will be right back with our scale up pitch competition in a few moments. Tune in shortly. Welcome back. Now let's hear the scale-up pitchers. Pitching today, we have Braze Mobility Inc., Eagle, and Socialite Vodka. Let's have a round of applause to our scale-up pitchers who are going to be competing live on this virtual stage. First up, we're going to have scale-up pitcher number 1, who is Pooja Viswanathan of Braze Mobility Inc. I'm going to count you down, Pooja, in 3, 2, 1, and then you'll be ready to pitch. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. So 3, 2, 1, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Now I see a lot of you sitting in office chairs. I'd like you to take a minute to try and see the floor behind you while remaining seated. Hey, now I'd like you to imagine that your chair is actually a wheelchair and that you have limited upper body mobility that prevents you from looking around you. This is unfortunately the reality for over 1 million power wheelchair and scooter users in the US alone. According to a report, 20% of these users had experienced at least one major collision within the last year, and 11% of them have been hospitalized. At Braze Mobility, we've created the world's first blind spot sensor system that can be attached to any wheelchair and provide multimodal feedback to the driver through intuitive lights, sounds, and vibrations. Our product thus not only increases safety for the driver, but others in the environment as well. Our market size is $1.2 billion. We have a partnership with the largest wheelchair controller manufacturer in the world and have recently been approved by the 2 largest distributors in the US with over combined 70% market share. So while we've already applied for patents and have first to market advantage, it's our strategic partnerships that set up significant barriers to entry. My name is Pooja and I'm the CEO and co-founder. I have a PhD in assistive technology and robotics and have been leading smart wheelchair research internationally for over a decade. We have wheelchair users on our team that help drive our innovation forward. We are Braze Mobility, and our mission is to help wheelchair users around the world navigate boldly, independently, and safely. Thank you.
Perfect, right on time. Fantastic, Pooja. Well done. Round of applause for our first Scale Up winner. Aaliyah from the Trade Commissioner Service, over to you for some initial questions.
Thank you, Pooja. Great presentation. Can you tell me how much does your product cost?
Yeah, so our retail price starts at around $1,700. Now, just to put this in perspective, complex power wheelchairs, which is the market that we're selling into, the wheelchairs themselves cost anywhere from $30,000 to $80,000.
Fantastic, thank you. Over to Paul from UPS.
Competition, and I know that this is a little unique, but obviously with technology changing at such a rapid pace, is there any existing competition? And if there isn't, what's your concerns or how are you going to try to stay away from that challenge?
Yeah, so we are the only product in the market. We were the first to launch, and we're still continue to be the go-to for sensors in this industry. The wheelchair manufacturing industry has traditionally been very mechanical heavy, so they don't have a whole lot of resources in-house in terms of sensor technologies and IoT. So that's really where we're leading the way. We have a lot of opportunity here to partner with those manufacturers. In fact, we're right now in discussions with a major wheelchair manufacturer for an OEM partnership. So it's really these strategic partnerships that give us a lot of our competitive advantage. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, fantastic. Navi from EDC.
Hi, Pooja. I know you mentioned the US as a market, but what about outside of North America? Have you looked into that, Europe or anywhere else?
Yes, I mean, we're focusing on North America right now, but we've actually organically gotten demand from other markets. So for example, New Zealand, Germany, and Hong Kong are actually what markets that we're selling into currently. We're just really focusing on North America and developing our playbook there, but we're using some of these sales that we're making currently that are just happening organically, kind of understand what the markets are like. And I think that's actually part of why I'm here in this challenge, is to help us with exporting at larger volumes into those markets next. And that's going to be our big plan next year.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Pooja. Fantastic pitch and great answers to those questions. Thank you to our judges as well. Round of applause.
Thank you so much.
No problem. So over to our second pitcher in the scale up category. We have Amir Haas of Eagle. Amir, I'm going to count you down in 3, 2, 1, and we'll begin your 90-second pitch. So ready in 3, 2, 1, go ahead.
Hey everyone, my name is Amir Haas, co-founder and CEO of Eagle. Eagle is a clean tech, prop tech startup based in Toronto and Waterloo. and we provide vision-based and AI solution for crowd monitoring and occupancy data analytics. We are a software company, and the software works with existing CCTV cameras to provide that analytics for the purpose of space utilization optimization, energy management, and labor allocation in public facilities. Now, with the rise of COVID-19, we identify a challenge with the businesses as part of their safe return to work strategy, because they got large number of employees and visitors that they are coming back, and we don't have time to make sure that they don't have symptoms or manually checking them. With that, we brought our crowd monitoring expertise into thermal scanning business and replacing the camera that we used to work with thermal camera, offering crowd thermal scanning. Since then, 150 days passed. We now working with the largest retailers in Canada, largest city, largest pharmaceutical company and meat processing facility. We do export to US as well, outside of Canada. We passed a great milestone in revenue and on our way to get to $2.4 million by end of 2020. We also got a dilutive investment, a seed investment from Angel Group in Waterloo, plus Ontario Center of Excellence, and we doubled the size of our team. Thank you.
Fantastic. Round of applause for Amir. Thank you. Kate, let's kick off some feedback from you.
Sorry, yes, fantastic presentation. Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about your IP and what differentiates you from others?
So absolutely. So we so far we have one US patent granted, one continuation filed on that as well and approved. And now we are filing 2 other US patents as a part of the development that recently we have for thermal scanning. These are not provisional, these are US patents. In terms of what really differentiates us from the competition is really the offering the crowd thermal scanning. So when it comes to crowd, I mean large crowd of hundreds of people coming to work in 10 minutes or thousands of people going to a public space in a half an hour. That's where we are unique. That's where we bring value. The second is that we are not a cloud computing solution. We do edge processing solution. So everything is on-prem, on-site, and that's how we protect the data as well.
Fantastic. Naveen from Google, over to you.
Thank you for all that. I love the technology and utilization of vision. Tell me a little bit more of the price point, though. From if a corporation, retail, anyone's looking to utilize this service, what is it going to cost them?
Great question. So the way we evaluate the size of customer is how many facility, how many entrance. Every camera covers one entrance. Right. For every system, we charge around $12,000 to $15,000 Canadian and a SaaS fee of $200 to $400 per camera per month. Now, this is obviously COVID solution or original solution, which works with the existing CCTV camera that has a different business model. But that's again a combination of either SaaS only or SaaS and a small upfront fee.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Fantastic. Paul from UPS.
It sounds like you've got existing customers, and I do understand this in theory, but I'm trying to envision, a crowd going into a place. You got a camera, you're now identifying from a thermal perspective someone that might have a temperature or something that you want to call out. How is it managed? Can you quickly give us an example as to how one works?
Absolutely. So in 4 steps, we automate the whole screening process at point of entry. Example of that being a distribution center for a retail store. You got in a shift change, 400, 500 employees coming to work in a window of 10 minutes. We count them, and the camera covers the whole entrance. We count them to sort of address the capacity restriction of the facility. And as they pass through our monitoring zone, we read their temperature non-invasively without they even being noticing that. If they've been identified as having elevated skin temperature or body temperature, the system, we have a monitor that the system start communicating with that individual employee, giving them instruction of what they should do. And next step is where we integrate our solution to access control, which either give them access or block their access to the building. So this is a fully automated unmanned process. Also, the data is communicated with the security team to take action if they need based on that process. We do have other analytics with respect to COVID, like mask detection for public transit, where they don't want to do thermal scanning, but just they want to do compliance risk assessment of people wearing masks.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amir. Round of applause for our second Scale Up pitcher this afternoon. So last but certainly not least, we are going to be passing things over to Neetu from Social Light Vodka. So I'm going to count you down to begin your pitch, Neetu, in 3, 2, 1, go ahead. And you can actually unmute your microphone first before you kick things up. 3, 2, 1, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Neetu Gadara. I'm one of the co-founders of Socialite Vodka. 5 years ago, if you were to have told me that Dan, Kevin, and I would have pioneered the fastest growing segment in beverage alcohol, I would have said, you're crazy. But here we are today. Socialite Vodka was the first hard seltzer in North America, the first drink with 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 80 calories per can. We tapped into a real consumer insight. People want to have a drink. They want to have a good time, but they're over sugar, over carbs, and over the excess calories. We all want to be social and live light. We started this business mixing drinks in our kitchen, and fast forward to today, Socialite Vodka is available from coast to coast in over 3,000 outlets. We have 10 delicious ready-to-drink beverages, and we are a leading Canadian brand with 5 years of triple-digit growth. We just launched in the United States in 7 states in the last 3 months, and we think this could help us accelerate to the next level. We need to invest in local and digital marketing support, hire the right sales staff, and help build our market one market at a time. We look forward to taking our Canadian success story across the globe and sharing our Socialite Vodka sodas with everyone in the world. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Fantastic. Cheers, Neetu. Well done. Is it happy hour yet? I guess depending on where we're tuning in from. It could be a little bit early. So let's head over to Naveen from Google. Would love your initial thoughts for Neetu.
Great feedback. Great pitch. Thank you very much for that. I'm curious. So a lot of folks are trying to kind of go into this market of creating healthy drinks. And whether it's on the alcohol side or whether it's on the pop side, and it's just overall soda. I know you mentioned that you started off with mixing drinks in your kitchen. How are you balancing that, balance of taste with the alcohol content and still being super healthy without giving away your secret sauce?
Well, yeah, it started with the fact that we realized that we all drank. If you think about when people go to a bar today, 10 years ago, the most common drink ordered at a bar would have been like a rum and Coke. And we noticed with our friends and circles, the most common drink was a vodka soda. And it's a really simple concept that we were mixing vodka sodas with natural flavor. But it was the taste that consumers were already looking for. People are already ordering. It was the most common drink ordered at bars. And we just kind of wanted to amp it up. This is our latest flavor, triple berry, with 100% natural flavors. And that's been part of our success, is to keep it so simple. People want to be able to read the back of a can, understand all the ingredients, have a fully transparent label. And in beverage alcohol, because it's not required to display your nutritional facts, we were one of the first to do that. And so just so people knew what they were getting, had clean ingredients, understood the ingredients, was half the battle. And then, really playing around with formulas. We spend a year on every flavor we develop because we really want to deliver really strong aroma and taste. And that's the secret sauce. But that's kind of what takes us a little while. But I think just being transparent and honest with what's in our drinks and creating simple, great tasting beverages is there's kind of no secret to the secret. We're just creating really simple, great tasting drinks.
Fantastic. If you ever need any helpers to taste any of those things, I will absolutely volunteer to our judges here. Aaliyah, over to you.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. So this market is, there's a lot of products that are similar. How are you differentiating yourself, and how are you marketing that difference to make people want to try your product versus, say, a White Claw or whatever the competition might be?
Absolutely. I mean, one thing I'll say in Canada, we're super proud to have been the pioneers of this category. We really were the first in 2013 to launch a product like this. But of course, that first mover advantage doesn't last forever. And now we've got competitors like White Claw. I'd say, a lot of brands, as this category surged in popularity, are throwing liquid in a can, throwing it on the shelf and hoping it sells because the category is so hot. We're really a brand built on purpose, and our purpose is to allow consumers to be social and live light. And we are an aspirational brand that targets people in a fit, active, and healthy lifestyle. That just because if you work out all week and you're watching what you eat and you eat salads, you want a drink that fits your lifestyle. And the way we target consumers, as an example, we built this brand in a very grassroots way that we have been your post marathon drink, your post spin class drink in gyms and things across the country. And we really tie into people's lifestyle and the lifestyle brand. So we don't see ourselves as a beverage brand. We're truly a lifestyle brand, which in this category right now is very unique, where everyone's kind of playing copycat, but doesn't really stand for anything. And at the end of the day, I think with consumer packaged goods, you know, why people choose one brand on the shelf over another is really that emotional connection and how you connect with the brand. And I think us having a true purpose and a kind of a North Star of letting people be social and live light is what keeps us setting us apart. And the taste. We do believe we're the best tasting.
Fantastic. Paul, some final feedback from you as we end our Scale Up Pitch competition.
And I think you're starting to allude to this a little bit. Obviously, the Canadian market, a lot of people are looking at, you know, healthy, but still having to drink. But when you really want to go global, drinking is very, very diverse and very different around the world as far as people's appetite and what they want. Have you an opportunity to sort of see what your ability is globally to actually scale your product?
Yeah, so better for you ready to drink beverages is actually now the fastest growing segment of beverage alcohol globally. The big markets right now are Canada, the United States, Australia, and UK are 4 big markets that are really growing in this particular space of canned cocktails and canned beverages. We really want to showcase some success in the United States and build a business case there. But there are other global markets that this kind of category is taking off as well. So we see tons of potential in the future.
Fantastic. Well, wonderful pitches and really great feedback from our judges. Great dialogue, getting some feedback over to our Scale Up pitch winners. Round of applause to everyone who has pitched today as a part of the Canadian Export Challenge. So now our judges are going to go to our virtual backstage and discuss and agree on one startup winner and one Scale Up winner who will win the Ontario Region Canadian Export Challenge. We heard some amazing pitches today. You know, we're going from medtech to beauty to vodka to mobility. You know, we're covering a lot of incredible ground. So really great to see the variety in pitches today. And we will be very back shortly with those final results. So tune in and I'll send it back over to you, Catherine.
Okay, now we know you all want to know the results, but you're going to have to wait. The judges' scores will be tallied and the winner of the 3rd annual Canadian Export Challenge pitch competition will be announced after our last panel. Today, entrepreneurs are building global businesses from the onset, leveraging the global marketplace for foreign investment, access to talent, new market expansion, and also leveraging collaborative partnerships to innovate and grow. Our second panel is composed of leading entrepreneurs who bring unique global perspectives and who want to help you scale your business through their experience. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Melanie Carter, Knowledge Partnership Lead at Export Development Canada. Melanie is EDC's Knowledge Business Team Partnership Lead, where she helps develop and deliver an expanded solution suite that goes beyond financial products. Jalisa Luces Mendez is the founder of Tony Marlowe Clothing, a Toronto-based underwear brand for people who redefine gender norms. Jalisa brings unique LGBTQ+ representation to the fashion industry by creating gender-inclusive underwear. She's the proud national winner of the 2020 Canadian Export Challenge Final Showdown. Melanie Campbell is the winner of the 2019 Startup Canada Community Award. This fierce community builder actively promotes Canada on the global stage. She champions local entrepreneurs to government leaders, and she provides Peel Region's entrepreneurs with around-the-clock support through Startup Peel, the go-to network for budding entrepreneurs. George Strombolopoulos is the founder of House of Strombo, which features a big-name concert series that airs on Apple Music and CBC Radio 2. Over his 20-year career, George has introduced thousands of Canadians to new beats, sounds, and stories as a Much Music VJ in the early 2000s, and George Strombolopoulos tonight. Satish Kanwar is the global manager of channels at Shopify, where he oversees the development of e-commerce, retail, and multi-channel shopping experiences for over 1 million merchants globally. Satish led Shopify's strategic expansion from online stores to multi-channel commerce and formed partnerships with Facebook, Google, and Apple, amongst many others. Over to you, Melanie.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for the introduction. I'm super honored to be here, and I'm very excited about the conversation with our panelists today. And on that, I'll get right into it. And Jalissa, I'll start with you. And I'll ask you to tell us a little bit about your business and also about your connection to the global community.
Awesome. Thank you for having me, first of all. I'm Jalissa Luces Mendez. My business is Tony Marlowe Clothing. So we make undergarments for people who redefine gender norms. As someone who's assigned female at birth, I started designing for bodies like mine. So that means women, trans men, and non-binary people assigned female at birth. Our bestseller is our Tom, which is our time of month, period boxer. I do have one here. I am going to shamelessly plug. And basically there's this layer here on the inside that lifts up. So you can put a pad with wings right inside. And we donate to suicide prevention, $1 from every product that is sold.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. And Melanie, tell us a little bit about your organization and also about your connection to the global community.
Great. Thank you so much for Melanie for inviting me here today. My name is Melanie Campbell, so another Melanie, and I sit on the board of Startup Canada, and I'm also the community leader and founder for Startup Peel community. So that we're in the region of Peel, and I've been with Startup Canada for, oh my goodness, about 6 years now, and been with the Canadian Export Development Challenge since the inception. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here today with you. And my connection to the startup community and actually to the ecosystem is not just as a supporter, but also as an enabler.
Thank you very much for that. So certainly throughout your career, you've heard from a lot of entrepreneurs, you've supported a lot of entrepreneurs. So what are the biggest lessons learned that you've carried through along the way?
So one of the biggest lessons learned, and actually through my career and also at Startup Canada, is you can never take the journey alone. You really need to make a pact with a group of people. Even if it's just one other person, you need to carry that person with you. And support system is extremely important because no one that's super successful right now has done it by themselves. There's always been someone that's been on the journey with them. So that's one thing I can actually share with you. And the importance of having an open dialogue, very, very important, because instead of just keeping it to yourself, another thing of keeping it to yourself, it's important because that next person could be feeling the same thing as yourself. So very key things.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Jalissa, in your growth, in the success of your company, certainly you've learned tons along the way, but what would be the key lesson learned that you would want to share with the audience today?
Yes, you're right. There are many lessons, and I've listed 3, but the first one I'm seeing on my list is, pretty much test your theories. You know what I mean? Put something out before you put everything out. So whether it's a survey, whether it's an interview, whether it's a doodle, put something small out and get it tested first to see if you're onto something or not. And the other note is honestly just that it's, sometimes it's the simple lessons that you already knew going into business, but you don't really learn it till you get burned. So, make sure you get contracts, cross your T's, dot your I's, and don't skip those steps, even if you're working with someone who's a friend or family or a mentor or something like that. Just keep it 100% professional the whole time, and you'll get burned less.
That's very, very good. Did you say you had a third, just so I don't skip over it?
Sure, yeah. And most importantly, just always believe in yourself. Don't give up and don't expect it to be easy. But once you're still having more fun than, angst and pain and, heartache, keep going, because the negative parts is part of it, but as long as there's still fun in there, you just got to keep going.
Certainly is a lot of fun to scaling a company and seeing success the way you have. But we all know going international comes with a load of challenges, right? So maybe speak to those significant challenges that you had to overcome and tell us a little bit how you actually navigated through them.
Sure. So, one of the main challenges I can always remember is When we launched our when we launched our time of month, boxers, we did so on Breakfast TV live. And it was, their kickoff for Pride season. And we're like, hey, everyone, this is us. We have the product everyone's been waiting for. Come see us at our booth. And then the factory didn't deliver the products until the Monday after Pride.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So that was definitely, I think, the biggest challenge in terms of on the spot. You can't really, it's not about emailing back and forth and waiting. You got to do something in the moment. And what we did was, we're like, hey, we're still sold out, but it's being made. Like, they are made, they're on their way. We'll take some pre-orders, we'll take your email. Make sure you follow us on all our platforms so you'll get the update of when you can actually have it delivered. And so that's how we were able to, kind of recoup what we would have sold out Pride weekend. And then we also were able to sell to a couple small boutiques to, move the inventory a little quicker. So
when you face a challenge, be quick on actioning a plan B, or maybe even be prepared for plan Bs, because there always are hurdles along the way, correct?
For sure. Nothing goes 100% as planned. So yeah, plan A, B, and C is always a good idea to be prepared for.
Very good. And Melanie, again, through your own personal journey and with talking with all of these entrepreneurs over the year, what do you see are the most significant challenges that entrepreneurs have to go through, and how should they navigate those challenges along the way?
Let me think about that. Okay, so I think, from my response and interaction with a lot of entrepreneurs, as Jalissa was saying about challenges, learning how to pivot when you need to, having belief in yourself is extremely important, because, and she was able to, I'm just going to use Jalissa's example of selling out and having people come to her and say, okay, we want to buy your product, and she had nothing to show for that product, but being able to say, okay, let me think on my feet really quickly and, take pre-orders. Being able to shift your mindset in the moment is very critical, because then it shows that you have not just belief in yourself, but you also know that you can be successful. It's extremely important, because if you come across someone selling ice cream and it's cold outside and you're like, okay, well, why would I buy ice cream and it's cold outside? If that person can sell you that ice cream and make you feel that you really want it and you need it because you thought about it, then that's part of being successful. It's having that full confidence in yourself. And even if you don't have it and you're missing part of it, maybe your partner, someone else that's part of your team can help solidify that and help put that forward. So main thing is really don't give up. Challenges are there to learn from, and challenges are there to make you stronger. So key things, it's just being able to pivot. They always say like if you're going to fail fast and quick. Sometimes you really need to fail slower for some things. You may not learn the lesson immediately, but just take your time and then go through that.
Reflection is so important, right? Taking the time to reflect on your experiences. When you fall, you think about it, and sometimes it does come later. I agree with you. That's great insight. You talked about pivoting, and this is very topical right now, right? I mean, with the whole COVID-19 situation, it's impacted the whole world. It's impacted entrepreneurs, sometimes in good ways, sometimes in less good ways. But maybe you can share with us what impact it's had on the companies that you're working with, and tell us a little bit how they've been managing the changing environments.
Many of the companies that we've worked with, a lot of them are brick and mortar. So they've had to learn, okay, I need to put my presence online, and how do I get out there? So we've been working with many of them to say, okay, marketing is very key, but you need to be able to put yourself where your clients are, where your prospective clients are. So working with them through a digital platform is to enable many of them to do that, and mentoring is also very critical. We have one lady that's in downtown Brampton, and she does scents, and a lot of her products are essential oils, and she was actually starting to export out before. So now she's in a situation where she doesn't need her storefront per se, but she needs to be able to move her product and export it out. So we're working with her right now so she can get an SME license so she can export faster. So this is really critical. I'm like, pay attention to this CXC, because you'll be able to learn some things from this. but very critical for that is learning how to take your business from brick and mortar to online and work with that and promote yourself. Get out there to where your clients are.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Jalissa, how has Tony Marlowe Clothing been able to navigate through the changing environments of COVID-19? How has the company been impacted?
Yeah, so, Tony Marlowe and COVID-19, in one way, it's been really good, and it's unfortunate that it took something as awful as a pandemic, but it has more people online, right? So more people online, more shopping, everyone's working from home, people want to be comfy. So, our sales have definitely gone up in that sense. And because we were already online and we had just relaunched our website, like a month or a few weeks before, the Canadian lockdown, we were prepared and we just had our inventory come in. Thank you guys for helping out with that. So in that way, we were able to manage, and I was shocked by this because, a lot of our audience are people who are medium to low income, queer folks, people of color who are working the front lines, who are essential workers. And I was like, oh man, everyone's going to be laid off. No one's going to have money to, buy comfy, affordable luxury underwear. But what I saw was the opposite. Everyone was like, yes, like, please make sure I'm comfortable in this horrible time. But in terms of what we did to pivot, it was just continuously improving the website. So there was the little details that I had went back and changed, SEO, certain photos, things like that. And then we also pivoted to mask. So we have reusable, adjustable mask that we've been doing. We sold out of those the first round, and we did pre-orders. And honestly, I would say, if anything, it's just like patience, right? Like, that was the best way to navigate. I was just patient. I was just like, well, no one knows what's happening, and we're all in this at the same time. It might look different how we're in it, but we are all in it together, and something's gonna happen one way or another. So just keep going.
That's right. You need to be kind to yourself. At the end of the day, you are an entrepreneur, but you're also a human who's going through a bunch of, challenges with personal lives, with the company, with your employees, and all this needs to be taken into consideration for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And even right now, we're still having delays in, mailing things out. UPS has been great. But even just getting things to different local areas, as well as production, we're at a standstill because people are backlogged with masks. Like, we can't even do underwear yet. So, yeah.
Very good. Thank you for sharing that. Melanie, I'm going to turn to you, and for sure, the audience who's watching today would love to come out of this session with, tangible tools or programs or resources that they can take back and utilize to see success. So please share with us, what are those tools and programs and resources that you advise companies to leverage when they're trying to scale internationally?
I'm also obviously going to promote Startup Canada, Export Development Canada, but many things that you can use, they're right in your ecosystem. Our support system is there. So a lot of the government agencies are there to help you. So whether it's the trade embassy, for your department, actually. So, when you look at the different trade missions, some of the trade missions are being offered right now are virtual. So even working with that level of government, startup communities, economic development centers are there to empower you and help you. And many of them are putting together online, not just application system, but events, seminars, webinars. There's these key tools that you can take away, and many apps that not trying to promote the government per se, but there's many tools that's out there right now. There's a one app tool by the government that can connect you with the different industries that you need to scale and to work through.
I'd say,
and they're free.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say do promote, right? I mean, at the end of the day, all of us, like you and myself, are here to support entrepreneurs. That's our day-to-day job, right? And we do offer free services, free advice. So the calls are always welcome. And if we don't have the answer, oftentimes we have a network to go back to and find the appropriate entity or organization to help answer the question, right?
Exactly. Yes, that's right.
Jalissa, in your experience, what have been those tools and programs or resources that you've leveraged to help you scale internationally?
For sure. So just to echo that, it's I've definitely been in touch with the EDC, the BDC, and of course Startup Canada. UPS has been amazing support. That's that's kind of like a cherry on top of winning the export challenge last year. They've just been fantastic in really helping me understand things I never even really considered, and getting the real details, and just kind of hand holding a little bit when I'm nervous, and just been great. They've been great. So yeah, UPS, EDC, BDC, Startup Canada as a whole. But overall, I would say like networking, right? So networking, an example of my life, it was like the CGLCC led me to the CXC. But I got to the CGLCC through somebody else who was like, you should speak at this event. And I went to the event and made friends there. And then someone from CGLCC was like, you have to apply for this contest. And through that, I've developed more connections and friendships, as well as I'm in the fashion zone. So again, networking, they put on a bunch of events. They have similar, like you guys, different resources and tools that they're aware of that you won't know necessarily when you start. And when I was in starting production, they were like, go to this textile event. You'll meet people from all over the world who can help with your product. And so that's where I found our Indian manufacturer, our Mexican manufacturer. And so we have, suppliers from all over, and we have customers from all over, and it's all through, just networking and then utilizing the tools. I find a lot of people will join a seminar or an event like this. They'll hear people say, oh, here are some tangible things you can do. And then they don't, right? So a lot of this, as you guys have said, is free from the government, or are available through other entrepreneurship hubs, and are accessible. They're free, or they're not too expensive. So utilize them. You know what I mean? Like actually call or click, and it'll take you a lot further than you think.
I've heard so many times entrepreneurs saying, they feel like the world rests on their shoulders, and that, it could be some, lonesome sometimes, but networking solves a lot of it, right? When you don't know, somebody else actually does know. If they don't know themselves, they know someone who does, right? So expanding that network and leveraging it to the maximum is certainly a great piece of advice. Okay, so Jalissa, maybe tell us a little bit about your global operations. What do they look like today, and how do you see it evolving in the future?
Yes. So to just kind of echo that, what it is right now is we are made in Canada, but because of the help we've had in the last year, we've been able to expand overseas. So we also have manufacturing in India. We've had a relationship in Mexico as well, so we can in the near-ish future, hopefully kind of tap into that as well. We get some of our supplies from China, some from here, and really it all kind of comes together and then gets resent out all over the world, customers in Australia, Europe, Asia, Caribbean, the States, right? And so what we're looking for in the medium range is really to kind of have regional hubs. So have, a North American, supply chain where we can get all of the resources, manufacturing, and fulfillment to quickly and most cost effectively service that region. And then one for Europe, Asia, and maybe even hopefully Africa someday, because we do have interest there. And it's just kind of same thing, networking, kind of building those bridges and learning that landscape. So yeah, that's what it looks like now, and that's what we're hoping for in the future, if things ever kind of get back to a kind of normal place.
Thanks for that, Jalissa. And Melanie, from your organization, what do the global operations look like, and how do you see it evolving in the future in trying to support more and more entrepreneurs?
For us right now, our global operations, actually it's still booming, believe it or not. We've attended several virtual summits. So just about 2 weeks ago, we were attending. About 2 weeks ago, we were part of the Indo-Canadian Pakistani delegates. that came here virtually, and it was an amazing session because we partnered with them for the last couple of years, and now we have startups that are looking to scale into Canada. So for us, we're still working and we're still scaling, so people are aware of us as a hub, and they want to learn more about Canada. They want to bring their business into Canada, and they want to see how we can partner with them. So we have Pakistan, we have India, Latin America, the Caribbean, and we also have several individuals that's right now that's in Israel that's looking for us to work with them to create this bigger global ecosystem. So I'm really excited by that. Even I understand that it's a terrible time that we're in, that's true, but people are still working and people are still aiming to, you know, come into Canada or bring their business into Canada. So they're exporting out of their countries, but also Canadians are looking to export into their countries. So we're looking at a symbiotic relationship for many of these startups. So it's pretty exciting times for many of them right now. So we're an enabler and a catalyst for that. So that's pretty good.
Thank you for that, Melanie. So changing the subjects a little bit and talking about being a Canadian anchored business, right? Certainly you're working with so many Canadian entrepreneurs. So please share with us, in your experience, you know, what are the benefits of being anchored in Canada, and do the entrepreneurs that you're working with, are they looking to stay and to remain here in the country?
I guess one of the key benefits is most countries, I would say pretty much the world, they recognize Canada. And even when we traveled before COVID and we were traveling to Latin America to talk about Canada and our ecosystem here, they were like, Canada is such an amazing peacekeeping nation. And that's what I remember as a child. That's what, you know, you were taught, and that's what you remember. And they're like, this is such an amazing opportunity for us. And we think that you're very blessed to be in Canada. How can we be part of that? So we're still getting that question, and being anchored here is extremely important because people are still seeking to come here. They still want to they want to be a part of it, and I can't think of a better messaging than that, is to think that the rest of the world still wants to be part of Canada. They want to know, how can I migrate here? How can I bring my business here? How can I bring my families here? And then we have Canadians who are saying, well, you know what? Hey, I will work with you. How can you help me to get into your country? And so now we have this, it's a friend-friend relationship, but in a business sense. And I think our foothold here it's just, I can't say enough good things about it. So I'm almost gobsmacked, which is unusual. Anyone who knows me, they know that's unusual for me to be quiet. So.
Thank you for your insights, Melanie. Those are great. And Jalissa, from your experience, how has being a Canadian anchored business helped you, and why would you look at staying?
Yes, so being a Canadian anchored business has been helpful in the sense of, you know, first of all, quality control, you know, making a physical product. Just imagine how like hard it is to do in like your own city, especially if you're not familiar with it, right? I'm not a fashion designer, right? So we had so much problems just trying to get the first bit of work done here locally. I was like, thank God I didn't just immediately go overseas, because whoa, time zones, language barriers, cultural differences, we would have just sunk a bunch of money. So that was our first thing, is why, you know, I really do like being Canadian anchored. As we continue to grow, it's okay now after time and experience to expand, but we are still anchored here. And I think one of the other reasons is that, you know, in terms of marketing, made in Canada, made in North America, made in US, people really gravitate towards that and take pride in having things made locally and at home. And that is something that is a personal value. No matter what project I'm working on, I do always try to work with my own communities, which luckily that's a lot of communities. And, you know, there's a sense of pride and support in that. And it just, you know, it's a little easier in some ways to start there and then expand, you know, whereas other people might, you know, do the opposite. So yeah, that's the short. Quality control, and just in terms of that local support and pride, as well as there is a marketing benefit to that.
You mentioned that you do have the advantage of working with a lot of communities. I think that's a Canada-wide thing, right? We do have a lot of communities, and that makes us stronger, and you can definitely leverage those strengths and all the uniqueness of those different communities to be better and to be more successful, right? So what would be a final piece of advice, Jalissa, that you would like to leave with everyone watching today?
Just do it. Nike, do it. Honestly, like, just there's always a way. You know what I mean? There's always a way. And you're gonna regret if you don't try. And it's much better to, fall and get some scars than, have flawless skin and no fun, no stories, and just a bunch of regret. And, I grew up with my mom, my grandma always harping on me, find a solution. I was a bit of a crybaby. They wouldn't let me cry until I found a solution. And literally my mom would just be like, try again, and then try some more, and then try again. And if I didn't try at least 5-6 times, I couldn't come, crying. So I've really started to just share that with everyone else. Like, really try and figure it out and become more resourceful. If no one was there to help you out and this was kind of life and death, kind of crunch, right? You would probably figure it out. So sometimes you have to get imaginative and put those extra pressures on yourself to think outside the box. So do it, be resourceful, find a solution.
Very good. I like that a lot. Thanks for sharing that. And Melanie, in your case, what would be that final piece of advice that you would like to leave with entrepreneurs who are looking to pursue global expansion?
Don't be afraid. It's simple as that. Don't be afraid, but do your homework, align yourself. And when I say do your homework, there's so many communities out there. There's so many resources available to us that you just, even if you just opened up your notebook and Googled something, or, look into your ecosystem, go to a startup community, your economic development office, Export Development Canada, Startup Canada. Use those as jumping off points, whether it's a networking event. If you see something on LinkedIn, or, you think, oh my goodness, that's something I'd like to attend. It's just that Jalissa was saying that within her network, you have someone that may suggest an event. Don't be afraid to go there. And it's just, you just need to open up. That's pretty much it, is really try it.
Thank you for sharing that, Melanie. That's so appreciated. So on that, thank you all very much for sharing your insights with Canada's entrepreneurs community today. And without further ado, Catherine, back to you.
It's now the moment we've all been waiting for. To announce our winners, we have a very special guest that many of you know from the hit show Dragon's Den. During his time on the show, Bruce Croxton added a broad range of businesses and products to his portfolio that tapped into his passion for digital media, health, and marketing. Bruce currently helms Round 13, a company dedicated to investment in growth stage Canadian tech companies. He also co-hosts The Disruptors on BNN and CTV, a weekly show spotlighting Canadian businesses, and believes our entrepreneurs can hold their own with anyone in the world. Before I pass the stage over to Bruce, I want you to know that everyone here is a winner today, because today was a great opportunity to practice your virtual pitch, to gain foundational knowledge on going global, and to take your business to the next level. But for now, I'm handing things over to Bruce.
Hello, Canadian entrepreneurs and all those watching across the country. I am honored to be here today to announce the winners of the Canadian Export Challenge for the Ontario region. As a lifelong entrepreneur myself, I commend you all for pitching your ideas today. I think Canada is the best country in the world to grow a business, and I look forward to seeing your businesses grow and hearing your names in the future representing Canada on the global stage. And now, presenting this year's winners of the Canadian Export Challenge for the Ontario region. Congratulations on this major accomplishment, and I wish you all of the success in your future.
A very special shout out for the Ontario CXC Pitch Competition winners. Today we've covered inspiring panels, practical workshops, and a pitch competition. On behalf of Startup Canada, UPS, Export Development Canada, Trade Commissioner Service, Google, and all of our partners, thank you for taking the time to be a part of this great event. A big round of applause to all of today's speakers, judges, and pitch competition participants for making this happen. More than ever, it is crucial for each of us to rally together and champion entrepreneurs and businesses that are the backbone of our economy. Make sure you keep talking to our partners at UPS, EDC, TCS, Google, Scotiabank, MasterCard, SIPO, OSME, MyTax, and Innovation Canada to see how they can help take your company global. Don't miss the digital grand finale pitch competition on October 20th, where you'll watch 10 regional finalists compete to win $25,000 and up to $100,000 in support. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we hope you can join us again in October.